True peace, true peace. Happy holy day, peacemakers. Gonna get started here. All right. Hope everyone enjoying their holy day. Friday. Let's see, they brought the topics back. First thing first, we want to go ahead and give honors to the divine creator. Want to give honors to the divine creator. Whatever name you all would like to reference to divine creator by. First thing first. Next, I want to give honors to the prophet, Noble Ali. I want to give honors to the original staff of the prophet. People like C. Kirkman Bey, Enuma Elish. I want to give honors to all the leaders that came after the prophet, like the messenger, Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Brothers like C.M. Bey, H.I.M Bey, Master Teacher, Dr. Malachi L, etc. I want to give honors to the forerunner of the prophet as well, Honorable Marcus Garvey. I want to give honors to all those that will be here in participation tonight. I want to give honors to all things indigenous, all things Moorish. And with that, let's go ahead and get it in for tonight. Happy holy day. I'm gonna share the room. So those that are looking to join us can join us here. Then we're gonna get started with our divine supplication. Get started with that. All right. Do one more share. Then we can get started for tonight. One more share. Get going for tonight. Get it going here. Got good shares, man. So let's get started with our divine supplication for tonight. We begin all prayers and thinking by using the all. O Heavenly One, the Most High, who is sustainer of all the worlds, we do accept the duty you have laid on us to clean up the filth made by the West and its non-submitting fools. O my sustainer, we beseech you to keep your hand over us to control the streams of the courses of our lives. Our sustainer, and if we do wrong, please show thy divine blessings and forgiveness on us. You are the only one that can raise us true followers of the news bearers, and in thy name we carry on. All right, y'all, so let's go ahead and jump right into our 19 affirmations. Which, as I say here every week, you all should be reading with your family. Doing these affirmations here with your family. Right, so go ahead and pass the link out to one person. Alright, so let's jump right into these 19 affirmations, y'all. Like I say, you should be reading with your family every week. What we accept is fact, the daily affirmation of loyalty of the children of the Elohim. As it states, we accept as fact the eternal laws of nature as revealed through science, past events, logic, and common sense. Revealed as right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We accept as fact the highest laws of nature is the cooperation and harmony of all living things. We accept as fact our way of life as a means to the best end. We accept as fact that loyalty is the greatest of all honors and treason is the worst of all crimes. We accept as fact that what is good for the Holy Tabernacle is the highest virtue, and what is bad for the Holy Tabernacle is the ultimate evil. We accept as fact that the Holy Tabernacle is the finest and noblest organization for all humanity, created by circumstances, and the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek is the noblest of fraternities on and above this planet. We accept as fact that creativity, love, and cooperation are the essence of success. We accept this fact that truth and facts are always and has always been the originator and creator of all success. We accept this fact that all worthwhile cultures and civilizations came about from the ancient Sumerians and Kamite Egyptians and the Anunnaki or Elohims from the heavens, without which there would be none. We accept this fact that for the Holy Tabernacle to survive, expand, and advance, we need first of all a revolution of values and thoughts, which must start within each person by being truthful with themselves and about themselves. Therefore, we completely and categorically reject all myths, fictions, religions, and lies that have not been proven. That would include your heavens, your hells, your hellfire and brimstones, your horny pitchfork devils, your winged angels, and your old man God character sitting on the throne up there somewhere. We deal strictly with facts. If you can't prove it, we don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean we won't listen to you. Just don't expect us to accept your beliefs by virtue of a title such as Reverend, Pastor, Deacon, Imam, Sheik, Rabbi, Minister, Theologian, etc. That is your sensationalism, and we deal with just the facts. We accept this fact that the only true revolution is a war of good against evil, right against wrong, fairness against unfairness, loyalty against disloyalty, sincerity against insincerity, honesty against dishonesty. And this war is fought within each person among the agreeable and disagreeable Elohims that make up your willpower. We accept this fact that the unity of our community and its success will only happen with cooperation. We're all involved. We accept this fact, the total unification of all humanity on the basis of truth. That is, accepting people and races for who and what they are, respecting their culture, their languages, and their beliefs, and expect the same. We accept this fact that the human race's biological and cultural heritage is now under attack by our own morals, our self-righteousness, our desire to control industry, and these things attack the very existence of humanity. We accept this fact that males as well as females are equal in all things and should be dealt with as partners in all matters. We accept this fact that no one race of people is better than the other. In fact, no one wins the race in racism. We accept this fact that communication between different people is the cure to the ignorance that breeds the disease hate. We accept this fact that a good and well-rounded education could prevent most of the ignorance that plagues the world. We accept this fact that the all is just that, the all. You can't take from the all, you can't add to the all. We are all within the all as one. That is our concept of what you call a deity. To the fulfillment of these facts, we children of the Elohim forever pledge our lives, our sacred honor, and our spiritual zeal. It's like 2 people are in the room, but I do not see who is in the room with me right now. If you mind leaving a message in the chat so I can see who it is. I'm not sure who in the room. It's like 2 people in here, but I cannot see y'all for some reason. Okay, that's you. I see Brother Brian. True peace, true peace. I'm not sure who else that is in the room. I might try to mod you up some kind of way because I cannot. They got a bunch of glitches going on today. Whoever else in the room, go ahead and leave a message in the chat or something like that. Possibly I can try to see who you is that's in the audience. But as of right now, I cannot see anything. I don't know. Okay, that's Sister Simone. You say 5 people came in the room already. I still can't see you, Brother Brian. Okay, Jonathan. Let me try to bring you up because I can't see nothing. I'm gonna need y'all to come help me out with this. I'm trying to bring you up, Noble. I see Simone. That's about the only person I can see right now. That's about the only person I can see. Yeah, I might have to leave out and come back in. I sent you an invite, Simone. I don't know if you got it or not. My side of the app is tripping. Okay.
True peace.
True peace, Noble. All's well.
All is well. How are you?
All is gravy train. All is well.
How you doing, Sister Simone?
True peace.
True peace.
How you doing today?
I'm grateful. I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, same here. It's a blessing to be a blessing.
Yes.
Okay, I got everybody in here. I don't know what's going on, but we're gonna always keep on pushing, keep pushing through it. Glad to have you in the presence, Noble. I was just opening us up here for tonight. So I just finished the 19 affirmations, and then we still got to do our weekly reading. So y'all just be patient with me a little bit so we can get to the opening for tonight. Yeah, it is the updates, Noble Jonathan. It is those updates. It's a lot of updates going on. They just fired like 50% of the staff here on Clubhouse. Heard about that yesterday. That was all over the place just yesterday. But we're gonna get it in tonight. I definitely want to do some current events for us tonight. But let's get into our weekly reading real quick and our Moorish prayer and divine constitution. And then we'll be officially open for this week's holy day. Happy holy day, y'all. I'm sorry. Hope y'all enjoying y'all holy day.
Happy Holy Day.
Hope everyone is enjoying
Happy Holy
today.
Day.
But if y'all need my YouTube, I'm gonna put the YouTube link in there. But the content is up there. Just so y'all aware, especially my normal contributors like Noble Simone and Brother Jonathan. So y'all can at least kind of hear the feedback, what you sound like on the mic, and the final kind of edit. And if y'all got any feedbacks from that, it's on YouTube. I'll put the YouTube in the chat here in a second. So that way y'all can get a chance. Y'all can go check out those videos on YouTube. We started out with like 200 followers. Now we all the way up to 600 over the last month or so. So we doing kind of well on the traction. But nonetheless, I'm gonna put I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and we're gonna get going on that. And let's get into this prayer. So y'all know how it go. Facing the east, feet at a 45-degree angle, 2 fingers up, 5 fingers up. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation by night and by day through His holy prophet, Noble Ali. Amen. All right, so we're going to jump right into the divine constitution. As it states, Act 1, the Grand Sheik and the chairman of the Moorish Science Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Act 2, all meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No member is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4, all members must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5, this organization of the Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government. And no, they are not Negroes, color folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7, all members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become part of the uplifting of humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. All right, y'all, we're going to jump into our weekly readings here for the week. And we want to add a little spice this week, so anybody would like to get a chance to come on and speak, at least for 15 minutes, go ahead and let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chizat. We're going to get that part of our opening, more embedded into the weekly opening, because it's best to know who would like to actually deliver a message for the week, that way it's known that we are having speakers for this week. And who would like to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to say something about the economics going on in the United States and how the BRICS are, the nations of the BRICS are coming together to, put their money together and cancel out
Right,
the
right.
dollar, and how we can prepare for that. And is gold a solid investment? Is silver still a solid investment? Because what happened during Watergate and after Watergate was the gold was stolen, and that was the reason why we could brag as a country, as a nation, and how to, be
Fact.
prepared for, what's the 5-year plan supposed to look like? What should you start reaching for? And also the knowledge of how they're tampering with food, and how it's so important to really learn how to grow your green thumb, where you're starting to grow your own vegetables and, provide a meal for yourself outside of fast food. Ashe.
Islam. Well, y'all heard the nobles. We're gonna touch on that. I'll let the speakers go first. So anybody want to speak after Simone, go ahead and let me know. And like I said, we're gonna make that a part of the weekly opening, to where we see who wants to speak for the week. And yeah, just open that space and opportunity, because that is actually how we are supposed to function normally. So it's not something that I've been skipping over, but it is something that has not been utilized, I'll say. So, and stated throughout the opening. So that way, like I said, we'll know who wants to speak for that week and the things that they want to talk about. And as I mentioned, you want to keep it at least to a 15-minute minimum if you can, but there's nothing wrong with going over a little bit. You got to get the message out. You got to get the message out. But that's also another way, like I mentioned last week, we can add more content to what we're doing here, and we can circle it around. That's the beauty about the Apple Clubhouse, especially being on Clubhouse. If y'all been in other rooms, they are quick to rush you to land your plane. But that is, which is funny. But that's something that the temple has always done, is they bring on speakers. Most temples kind of let you know who the speakers are, but also they leave that space open to bring people that are in the royal audience up to speak for the night and give a message. And as y'all know, we don't have no scripted program here to where we know what's going to flow through or anything like that. So I'll make sure we incorporate that into the parliamentary opening for the night. And like I said, let's get creative with the content. And this also gives y'all a chance to be a part of that creation. And once I finish the opening, we can let Simone get started first. And then if anybody want to speak after Simone, go ahead. And like I say, let me know. And then I'll open up with the sermon for the night. And then we can jump right into our current events. So let's get this weekly reading done first, of course. And then we can go ahead and do that. And then once I finish the weekly reading, I'll put the link to the YouTube in the chat. But first thing first, we're gonna start off with the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, which is chapter 25 of the Holy Quran, Circle 7. And we're gonna get started with that for the week, as we do here every week. And if you need a copy of the Holy Quran, Circle 7, you should be able, well, I still haven't got to the store part, y'all. I've been focusing on some economic things for us, but I will get that done. I know it's been almost about a month, so I take care of the store. I've been trying to find a good platform for us, really. Just keep my eyes open for a good platform for us to use and actually have our own storefront from. That way you all could get the books and we just start adding more books into the library and regalia as well. All right, so other than that, we're going to get into this chapter 25 as it reads. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother had given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all, and your love to each other. Like I say, that goes unbespoken here every week. But please remember, like I say, brothers, forsake her not. Learn to forgive. Learn to stand for giving and not against it. As we read last week when Yahshua was going in, especially about those that judge and how we formulate our judgments, especially to use them in a form of oppression against each other. Because as I asked last week, where in the scriptures does it specifically say that a woman cannot lead a body of people? And then also, in actuality, the congregation or the community of people is symbolic of a woman if we're not paying attention to the scriptures, as we've mentioned here plenty of times. But continuing on to chapter 47, called Egypt the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. As it states, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family was second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Amexem, the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest, was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were the founders and all the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren, who sovereign from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended northeast and southwest Africa, across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile, westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers, unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. These holy and divine laws are from the prophet Noble Drew Ali, the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the Grand Major Temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before that great and awful day that is sure to come. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess his own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America who were of Moorish descent. because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. So as we've been reading here every week, y'all, come into your own vine and fig tree. Don't be out here worried about people fighting, especially with all the religious controversy, as we touched on last week, for the past 2 weeks actually. All the religious controversy that's out here. If you can be a person of men's, cool. But I would suggest, as we have been studying, avoid the vain discussions as best as you can, because we know where that time wasted goes, and you don't get time back. You can't turn the hand of time back, even though we wish we could. Now, some of us might have the blessed powers to slow it down, but you cannot turn that clock backward. So we're going to jump right into chapter 48, which is the end of time and the fulfilling of the prophecies, and will be officially open after this last reading. And it states, the last prophet in these days is Noble Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways, and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Jesus in those days, to warn and stir up the nation, and prepare them to receive the divine creed, which was to be taught by Jesus. In these modern days, there came a forerunner of Jesus who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam. And his name is Noble Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of man, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the Prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc., that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of man, under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We, as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed, for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which was founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah, honor thy father and thy mothers, that thy days may be longer upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God Allah had given thee. Come, all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. We're trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true and divine prophets. Islam, Shalom, true peace, how I could tell. With that, y'all, we are officially open for tonight. And I want to go ahead and turn the floor over to the glorious Noble Simone. And I want to let her do her thing. I'm going to sit back, listen, and we're going to watch the flow. Make sure nobody interrupt this sister in her beautiful mind and spirit as she does her thing. I'm just now seeing you, Doc. I'm about to bring you up. True peace. I don't know if you want to speak after Noble Simone. I'm taking in... We adding a new segment to where we Robot. I don't know if you can see me or hear me. Dr. Idris, I'm trying to bring you up now. But if anybody want to speak after Noble Simone, feel free to. The floor is yours, Noble. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to say, love is the thing that makes the world go round, and we have to share it. And so I just want to say thank you for sharing this space, but let's continue to share the message. I was saying before, the economics is changing in our country, and I think that it's important to talk about being prepared for that change. And I was mentioning the formation of the BRICS currency and how Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are coming together to say we are not supporting the US dollar. The impact of it means that they have purchased assets in our country, and when they cash them out, when a lot of parties cash out, what is the impact of it? Because money is something that affects every household. So just having a plan to be prepared for when the wind blows, I think is really important that we discuss that as a body.
Islam. So you wanna go into the discussion?
Well, I was just
Is that what I'm hearing?
wondering, did anybody have any thoughts about it? Let's start the conversation.
Islam, y'all heard her?
Oh yeah, greetings, greetings, greetings.
Greetings, my friend.
What's good, beloveds? Yeah, I'm glad I can make attendance today. You know, I wanna kind of go back to a little something brother was reading before we continue to expound on the what you brought up, beloved, because that's important as well, and definitely a thought that with these changing times, a thought that we can definitely go on, definitely build, and I have some feedback. But I was reading the other day. You know what I mean? I was reading in Ezekiel, right? Well, actually, I was reading the book of Malachi again, right? The Spirit was like, hey, go back and check that out. And what triggered it was because I was listening to the tape of the master teacher, the lecture, the truth about extraterrestrials or whatever. I shared it in one of our Telegram room, and I think I put it in the World Temple because the master teacher was expressing the spirit of Marduk, the warrior spirit in that one. Because he wasn't too, what you could say, all peace in Islam. And, he didn't have that tone of voice that's gentle and welcoming, like a grandpa. No, sir. He did not have that delivery. You know what I mean? He had great grandpa with the belt. You feel me? Out there with the rod, putting a little, whooping down on the boot tank, clarifying some things about, mugs, what do you want to say? Half stepping, false repping, out here with the outer garment of righteousness, but the inner garment of unrighteousness. You feel what I'm saying? And so, and it was hitting. Because then reading that led me to reading the book of Malachi. I'm glad y'all walking with me. So just kind of walk with me because I'm working. So my thoughts are about to back forth. All right, so boom. So that led me to reading the book of Malachi, which led me to Ezekiel. Because this biblical version I have has the Hebraic Chaldean definitionary in the back of it for what they call the Old Testament. And then it has the Greek definitionary in the back of it for what they refer to as the New Testament. You feel me? And so that took me on a journey because I got to this parable in Ezekiel, and forgive me because I'm at work. I don't have my study material, but he told Ezekiel, he said, this was the main thing that hit me. He said, it begins like this, the law, and now remember, mind you, this book has selected words underlined that then you can look the number up in the back and see what the Hebraic Chaldean, definition of that expression in English, right? So it said the law of truth was in his heart, was in his mouth. You know what I mean? That's where he spoke from. And so I was like, wait a minute, the law of truth. I was like, hold up, B. You know what I mean? Because they got the word law underlined. They got the word truth underlined. And that stood out to me because we hear in times where that measure of the law, right? Because we read in there, when the mugs who turn their back on the law of the supreme. Now, granted, we're not going to go into too much of the matters of, doctrine, like, Old Testament and all that, but we overstand in non-ether, law. You over us? So when they turned their back, them niggas was cut off into abomination forever. That's what that book reference expresses. You feel me? So this law of truth, through this journey of the etymology provided there, right, at that moment, this law it was coming from what we refer to as the Torah. The Torah, right? That law, that scripture that gave us what you want to call it, right? We're not talking about their crap. We're talking about ours and how it was encoded in this mess and how we decoded it, right? So that which gave us the guiding etiquette to the foreign nature within us in which we identify ourselves as gods and goddesses, right? Because that's the foreign nature that was blended with this terrestrial nature. You feel what I'm saying? If we all accept that our hybridized selves were created by our creators, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we're not religious people like that. We're not under that spell, family. The monk came, our elder came and broke us from that spell. Like, hey, look, for those of y'all that know that hear the message and the voice of the angel, right? That being, the spell is broken. You know you ain't under religious rhetoric, right? Because we understand that, quote, what they call religion was cultural ethics, right? So that we would know how to coexist in the two foreign natures of our one being of existence, right? That which makes us humane, right? Because the animal or the animal part of us, the mammalian being, is the savage, and the celestial angelic part of us is is the conscious sentient intelligence of this being. So the law of truth, that's where I was at, right? The law of truth was the Torah, the scripture, not the books of the prophets. That's not the Torah, right? And so the law of truth, hak, that true light, right? Of which we are now. Look, I'm gonna jump. Walk with me, y'all. Walk with me. All right. So then, boom. So now let's touch on another word that ties into that, because you see, I, as well as my brother Shem Zodok, bear the title of nobility, the title of responsibility, the title of authority imbued by the presence of the Most High within all of us, right? So the Zodok, the Kohans, the priests, right? Those were the high priests, right? Because in the, what was I reading? Oh, Lord. And there was an addressment to the priests and the ministers, right? Because there was a certain measure there was that position of duty that the priests and the ministers had. And going back to the definition of minister in that etymology, to minister, because it said in the scripture that the minister unto the Lord, you know what I mean? Like the ministry unto the Lord. And I was like, wait a minute, how is the Lord receiving ministry? Like, how is the ministers ministering unto the Lord? Like, what the bum? I thought we minister to the people, right? Hold up there. Minister in the etymology is relative to what we read in the Qur'an of the Abd Allah, the slave of Allah, the servant, to wait upon the Lord. You ain't going to break no bread with the Lord like, yeah, I know what's going on, listen to me. Woo, 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 woo. No, that's not what it said, minister unto the Lord. You feel me? It's to wait on, to be at the service, right? That is our duty here as caretakers here, to be of service to life here. Feel me? That's the responsibilities that come with raising in our degrees, is the responsibility as a caretaker of life, to be of service. And our first service, our duty to service is our oblation to the Supreme, our loyalty and obligation in the heart of our intent. You feel me? To quote the Most High Supreme. You feel me? And then, and so that was the position regarding the minister, meaning to wait on, in service or servant, as we are Abd Allah, slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you had the priest as well. A priest is dealing with the priesthood, right? Melchizedek being a part of that priesthood, of that order, of that round table, right? For service and our duties as what here on earth? As caretakers. You feel me? As caretakers, imbued with the power of the Supreme working through us. And that is where our gratitude, right? We don't worship. Nigga, this ain't war. Well, it is war. But we ain't worship. You hear the phonology. We not worship the Most High Supreme and all. No. We praise and exalt and glorify the Supreme. We don't worship. And who is the supreme, right? Who is, right? We hear the title, Most High infers right, correct? And our Most High, for those of us, right? Right? Because not everybody talking about the same deities, right? Or there wouldn't have been expressed in the scripture that God was a jealous God. What the hell are you jealous of? Unless, there's an acknowledgement that there's other niggas who got rank, but who's trying to mislead my people. You feel me? My people. Our deity, our most high is not everybody's most high. Let's talk about it. Come on, pull the seat up. Let's build right quick, right? And I was building yesterday about this. You feel me? I was talking with my oldest son and my nephew about this, right? So some people here not originally supposed to be here. Let's talk about it, family. Walk, right? So let's talk about the Yakub experiment right quick, right? It's all gonna tie back in. So let's talk about Yakub experiment, right? He grafted a people from some people here. He brought about a people. He pulled them out of that genetic sequence of people that weren't originally of existing here. And these people were intended to be savages, revengeful people on his behalf. You feel what I'm saying? So these flugeroids aren't even, so them, they not part of the count of the book of life. You're not even here. You just an NPC. You feel me? They just NPCs here. Working for somebody else's cause who was in his feelings. One of our brothers was in his feelings and did some shit. You feel me? Now the Canaanite, right? The Canaanite dude, well, he's here out of an imbalanced hormone and chemical response inside the parents of that being, right? For those who did their homework, you know that under duress and stress and hardships of livelihood and living here, right? Your pineal gland is stimulated negatively. It's affected by that. And thus the melanin production in your body is also affected by that. Not only in pigment, but in essence of what melanin does. You know the power of melanin. You feel me? So Cannon, being the albino brother, showed up as a genetic defect in the gene pool, as opposed to the flugeroid who was just grafted, right? So when we're talking about our most high, Anu, right, of our family, of our celestial family line, that's our most high. And those bloodlines, that's part of that experiment or that
You got cut off, Noble.
episode
I don't
of
know if y'all.
those. All right, mic check. Can you?
Yeah, you back now. You went to the Matrix.
Yeah. A motherfucker calling me, and I'm doing the work that we're here to do. All right, so boom. Interrupted my groove. So boom. All right, there it is. Our most high. That's right. You know what I mean? And the work related to that required for us in these cyclical times of change, right? Now we coming back full circle on what Sister was asking about or brought up regarding this shift with economies and so forth, right? Listen, simply put, from my self-sharing, it's like saying this. Those regulations and changes and da-da-da-da is for those who choose to still associate and utilize those means of operation, right? Because we're in such an opportune, available time where in the strength of it, we really don't have to, fool with their methodologies. This is the energy and things happening are conducive to our, self-sustainability, our self-sustainability. Yeah. You feel what I'm saying? They only have the power that we give them. And with the availability and opportunities all very much prevalent on our side, we don't have to be subject to that. There's many opportunities. It's just, it's the tasking, challenging matter of coming together, you know what I mean? Or not so much coming together, but we want to say, like brother Lawiy is intending in his actions, actions. It's about making the shit happen. You feel me? And preparing my brothers and sisters. Uh, yeah, I got a little distracted and thought,
True
But
King.
you know, go ahead.
Would I be able to interject? Yeah. I'd like to be able to
but
speak
anybody
on.
want to add in? While I take a breather, I'll mute myself.
Go ahead, Double John.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you just said there because like I'd like to share a story like years ago, probably about 2009, 2010. I was getting really into the whole alien stuff and the beginnings of Nibiru and all that. And it's been a long journey since then, digesting information and putting it into perspective based on a spiritual, kind of like how Jesus was speaking parables. The developers, you know, 2,000 years after the fact, and knowledge has been digested and wisdom has been put into practice. The developers have to participate no different than the people who don't have any clue how to use a computer and are learning these things. And we're on that edge where with AI coming into play and the saturation of things, saturation of information and people not necessarily knowing what's true, not true. Your 3D and video and whatnot. So it's like one thing is like I'm looking to be able to stabilize my own spirits, dealing with my own personal issues that I've been going through. But that's neither here nor there. I'm looking at long term creating a space for myself and looking at these spaceships as being something that exists right in front of our faces, be it a business, that's a multi-conglomerate or a small, local hometown business. They all have different sizes if you look at them that way, and they're interconnecting with these devices. And the rate, like I'm just getting into trading, and I'm really glad that I'm learning that side of things because it's given me a little bit more depth in my views personally, outside of just giving back and paying it forwards or investing in just a sustainable what is it? What is this? I guess I'd like to finish on this. It's like there's two roads, or two lanes, but one road, and so what is defining that based on realizing that U.S. was a major entity, and now that you have BRICS, what is the defining purpose for having a spiritual or a virtual representation of what those two roads are, and what are those two, or not two roads, but two lanes within one road? What are the two lanes within the one road? And my view has kind of been formulating over the last year or 2 years that you do have the Moors, and then you have all these different foundations that have been put into place for the economy to be scaled at their current positioning. And I think what we're all wondering is with AI come into play and who we are as a people, and talking about different people believing in different gods and getting to the truth of the matter. I think that's what we're here gathering for. True peace. How you?
True peace, true peace, true peace. So I want to throw my little 2 Bitcoin on this real quick. Yeah, you right on point over Jonathan. And definitely following the measure and the portion that the doc just poured in, and the core and principal topic at hand from Nova Simone. We are in the day of the great replenishing, and we just have to, look at things for what they are at this current moment. Doc kind of went through the spiel on how we got here, especially going all the way back to the creation of Yaqub and where we are at today now with gathering our people and the singularity, as it's sometimes called or sometimes known as, that singularity bringing us here in unison, oneness, etc. But I do want to sift through a couple things on top of the measures that's been on the measures that's been given. So we have a movement called New World Order, One Worldism, and the entity that is kind of a part of that, but not necessarily, because those movements are two different type of movements for two different purposes, and it does get a little conspiracy theoried out in a sense, but nevertheless, the heart factor behind exposing the plans and the intentions of these type of beings, or the beings that are involved in these type of things, which stems back to only a few groups at its core, but there are a lot of different ideologies, a lot of different religions, cultures, etc. that are involved and that have grown out of these long-term plans. So the one worldism that we're witnessing today through entities such as the United Nations, the Council of Foreign Relations, and the opposite end, the destruction of Christianity through the guides of what you call the Illuminati today, and its many other names. But these two movements have kind of hybridized into other type of movements and organizations and fraternal and sorority groups, and that takes us where we are today. Takes us back to where we are here today with people like Klaus Schwab and your your Saudi Arabian royal families and your Rockefeller, Rothschilds, your typical known names that are kind of always cycling up in these type of conversations. And what we're dealing with today, specifically with Klaus Schwab and the World Economics Forum, more specifically today at the root of it, because like I say, those movements have been hybridized and to what you have today with the so-called New World Order being put into effect, and this reset that everybody's, recycling the conversation of today, which has been the hot topic for the past year and a half or so since they did the World Economics Forum. So let's go into that a little bit here on it, because the point with Klaus Schwab's and this whole own nothing, be happy, and moving into just a technocratic type of structure, we are aware those things are there, but it also, brings up the prevalent point that Noble Simone had. What are we going to do? What are our solutions about it? Because this is not necessarily new information. If we understand, for those who are aware of the protocols of the elders of Zion, this is more of a Zionistic elitist motif or mentality and intention. So this is what created that hybridization between the Illuminatis and your one worldisms philosophy and your New World Order, which are two different movements now that has been hybridized into just this one big theory of what is taking place, when in actuality it is a bunch of different movements from different origins that have similar goals for similar purposes to have similar outcomes. Not all of them want the same outcome. And this is something that we have to be aware of, because it's going to play a part in the solutions that we implement and or that we understand that needs to be implemented. So touching on the whole Illuminati thing first, because that movement and concept goes back all the way to the not Bohemian, but the Babylonian mysteries, going all the way back to King Darius and the Persians. So addressing that first, because we have today what is called religion, etymologically just means binding people to something. And so you also have the epistemologies that come out of that, but it's more important to kind of lean on the ontology, which is the source of where the terms come from and what they are about, more so than the epistemology. Epistemologies are okay, but we could get kind of lost in the meaning of those epistemologies. Quick example: our brothers and sisters that say, I am self-Lord and Master, which nothing is wrong with saying I am self-Lord and Master, but in a sense of right knowledge, right wisdom for the right understanding of things, that would be off, because you don't find I self-Lord and Master for the abbreviation of Islam, if we're going into where the word Islam comes from. Or like we say, arm, leg, arm, head, same thing. You got the Alif, Lam, Alif, Hamid. So each one of those letters that break up into Allah, as they say, means arm, leg, arm, head, doesn't necessarily equate to the etymology of where the actual origins come from. So epistemology could take us off in a different meaning versus what the ontology and the etymology of a word actually means and what it's conveying. So the point I'm getting at is, with understanding that religion just means something that we're binded to. Everybody get their black butt up every day, they whatever color butt, yellow, green, purple, yada yada yada. You get your butt up every day to brush your teeth. Well, we hope you do. uh and brush your teeth. You are technically a part of the teeth brushers. Simple and plain. We keep it that simple. So with the Illuminati, their point is to destroy the religion and the culture of Christism, which doesn't come out of Rome. It doesn't come out of the mind of the Council of Nicaea and Constantine and the things that we have been told about the origins that come from European psychology, or based on European psychology, about the origins of Christianity and where it comes from. Those of us that know, we should understand that this is an ancient culture and custom that comes out of Tamaray, out of ancient Egypt. So when they are saying that they're trying to destroy Christianity, this is not a pinch at the current church, which would be the church that they're mentioning or speaking of is the Vatican, which we all should be aware of, is the so-called host church of the planet. And especially during this time, when they're referring to the church, they're referring to the Vatican. And please be reminded, as I mentioned last week, the church or the Vatican was initiated and started by Moorish melanated people, i.e., in reference point, Saint Augustine, who originally is still a part of those lost tribes. Now it gets a little conflated between the points that were maintained between Brother Paul and him being a Benjamite, or Paul or Saul from the Bible, him being a Benjamite and also a part Roman. But the point of that knowledge that came out of ancient Egypt was the principles of Father, Son, and then they turned it into the Holy Ghost, which is actually the Divine Mother, the Mary Magdalene, or the Madonna, whatever you want to refer to her as. So when they're saying they're destroying Christianity, they're essentially talking about the religion or culture that the Vatican Church secretly implements behind closed doors. For those that know or are aware, they worship the Black Madonna in private and in secret, or they honor and revere the Black Madonna in private and behind closed doors. True peace, Noble. I see you came in. I'm not sure if you're at work or not. All right, so true peace. I'll send you an invite if you want to come up. But so they're essentially trying to not just destroy the Vatican or the church, because we have to remember a lot of these people that come out of the Illuminati are still in some way, shape, or form connected to the Vatican by way of the order of the Jesuits, by way of the order of what they call Jesus in layman's term. So those orders become a parent to the other orders, such as the order of the Knights of Malta, the Rosicrucians, the the Golden Dawn, and all these other orders from Saint from Saint let's see, on Saint Germain, from the order of Saint Germain on down, and what we have today referred to as the so-called Illuminati, Illuminatus, the Priory, etc. So what we're describing is basically what the master teacher, the beloved master teacher, came trying to wake us up to the point of. When you see the church or the regular Christian church and its counterpart, which would be the Church of Satan, these two parallels or two dynamics extend from the same coin. They extend from the same serpent or body. It's just two sides of the same body that we refer to as Leviathan, or the spell of Leviathan. So when they're talking about destroying Christianity, they're not talking about their Christianity. We gotta get this understood. They're not talking about their form of Christianity. They're talking about the ancient so-called paganistic form of Christianity, which is referring to those Korostians, those anointed ones from out of the culture and teaching of ancient Tamore, which is technically the culture of the whole entire planet. So you hybridize that back into this one worldism, and then this new world order concept that end up coming after that with the world domination. So that's not something that necessarily comes out of ancient Babylon. That's something that comes out of extraterrestrials back in the day fighting for world domination over the planet. That goes all the way back to the serpent, as we describe in the scriptures, or the writings on the stone walls, which will be referred to as Apep, Apophis, etc. That bloodline of the troglodytes, whatever you want to make reference to them as, to where just like that species, you had other species that would fight, extraterrestrial species at that, would fight over the dominance and control of this planet. So you have this mixture of things, and that includes the portion, like I said, that the brother Dr. Idris just mentioned, because Yaqub is also included in that, with his brain being tapped into by extraterrestrials for him to create a actual grafted being that is meant to be more anti-nature. And I actually went into portions of this past Sunday, I think. No, not this Sunday, but last Sunday. I went into a little bit of expounding on the creation of the lower self, or how these things came about. If y'all want to go back and check that out when y'all get a chance. But these species have their agenda with the New World Order, and I'm pretty sure throughout the grapevine of conspiracy world, y'all have heard about the fact that a lot of the politicians are not the same. They not who you think they are. A lot of them not human. A lot of them are other species of beings, clones, etc., walking around in the garbs of a human body. So you have this implementation of this one worldism. Then you have the implementation of the Illuminati movement, like I said, which is based on destroying the ancient customs that come out of ancient Egypt. And then you have those good old reptilians, right, Adoni? Then you have the hybridizations that come out of those two different movements and the points for their origin. Now you have a lot of people that say go down the path of saying, well, they always been into homosexuality, this, that, and the third, and all this other kind of stuff that you can throw on top of that. These are things that have been dressed in the good old Torah, like the Doc just mentioned earlier, those laws and things that have been referenced since the time of ancient Babylon to this day. So what we're dealing with is those that have took this divine law, which we would call the Torah, which was the first example after a mini sun cycle and moon cycle, for us to get the people that are more humanoid to get their minds together. So the first religions and the first cultures were actually created for something good. There's 4 cycles neurologically that we go through. There's a pantheonic, or let's say there's a true light cycle. There's a pantheonic cycle, or a deific cycle from a true light cycle. Then you have a religious cycle, a cultural cycle, where everything is more based on culture, and then you're going through a revitalization cycle, which takes you back into natural, more of a natural philosophy of life kind of cycle, which takes you back to the true light. So we cycle between these different mental understandings, just like we cycle between sun cycle, moon cycle, and these other things.
Part of the body.
Islam.
Islam. Can I build on that a little bit right quick, because you triggered.
Go in. Islam.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was asking because you was in flow, so I wanted to make sure you was cool with that
Yes,
first.
sir.
So yeah, you mentioned cycles. You know what I mean? And it made me think like, and then you mentioned the benefit or the positive use of the religious method of implementation. You feel what I'm saying? And now there was a cyclic period for that, and a purpose for which it was created and to be used for. You know what I'm saying? Um, you want to carry it too? This one? Yeah. Want to switch? You just empty, just dump it upside down. We go back to the truck. All right. So, cycle. Okay, religion. Boom. All right. So, cause think about it. In the cycle or that period of our dwelling and existing here of Kemet per se, and ancient Kemet, not the little crap that they be trying to talk about. We know what we talk about, right? So that cycle of it wasn't so much a religious institution, right? There was the cultural practice of our higher science, and thus it didn't so much have us we want to say or not so much it, we weren't so much at that level or haven't regressed to that level of needing a religious methodology of institution to keep us in track per se, right? We were at that heightened expression to where there was a certain a stature of deity or deification that we as a civilization of people operated, thought, lived, breathed, functioned on, right? That was above the methodology or practice of religion, for lack of a better word, right? And so thus to the awareness of our Kemetic way, our ancient Kemetic way of living that we are aware of from our own studies, I would say, yeah, you know what I mean? That okay, later on when we want to say when we fell a little lower, right? You know what I'm saying? To where we'll say those of us or those of our elders on high are caretakers, right? Those will say, well, damn, now these niggas need, by being, kind of like how in the Mesopotamian record where our brother Enki was distracted while being here on Tiamat, right? On this plane. Because remember, I expressed before that Earth is the hood in this solar system. You feel me? And when you come here, it don't matter if you Michael, it don't matter who you is. When you come here, you not exempt from here and what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? You can be protected and secured and, be at that I'll use this word, that estate of our beingness, right? To be at that high vibration of our beingness to where in that sense you are not so much exempt but protected, like they see those who have the seal, or like in the Genes of Isis story where he was like, hey, we're gonna put a mark on you. You know what I mean? You're gonna be known for such. Well, in the same relative matter, we're gonna be protected from such. You'd have that light, that glow. When you got the glow, you feel. You remember that, for the Last Dragon. All right, so boom. So in the time period referencing and relevant to the religious aspect, and when we had fell a little lower to that point where, we needed a more stricter guidance of conduct here. You know what I mean? Because, it's like saying the lower ego in the phase of Kemet had got the best of us while we was rocking. You know what I mean? Being negligent of certain things for that to fall from its greatness. You know what I mean? And to where now, with this religious practice or that method of instillment, right, of the religion on the people to give them a certain code of conduct and ethics of being. You feel me? So, yeah, just want to exhale on that. I feel you, my brother. Definitely religion did have its positive intent before it got whitewashed and mega watered down, bland with no flavor. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No. Well, that's why I say, that's why I've been saying for those that can remember for the past couple holy days, we got to start coming into more of a new logical way of thinking. We can't just logicize or, go through the logicisms that we have normally went through. Even just regularly listening to the teachings, whether they come out of El's Holy Torah and else Holy Injiyl, else Holy Qur'aan, the Holy Tablets, etc. We have to be able to understand the direction, thinking wise, that we were being guided to with understanding the science of the true light. Before I go forward though, true peace, noble Adoni. I'm not sure if you want to speak, but happy holy day to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Peace and blessings. Thank you.
Just wanted to acknowledge you, noble. Anything you want to add on, feel free to, chime in and add on. But
I will.
go ahead, Islam.
No. I said I will. I will. But I'm tuned in right now, so I'm just gonna listen for now. But I'll chime in.
All right. Islam. So as we went through, these different degrees with the master teacher, he was preparing us to start to kind of get this information new logically, because the cycles and the quantum way of thinking that it requires. So when we went through those cycles that I just mentioned, and kind of been bringing that slowly as we go. So I thank you, Doc, for kind of giving us a chance to go into that, and also Noble Simone, because that's where we're at, and they know from your Klaus Schwabs and others that are more into the Zionist movement, because this is what the Hebraic culture is based on. We're in a jubilee, or the seventh year, but also the 50-year jubilee that we're going into, which is symbolic of what they're calling the reset, and we should understand as a global replenishing. But we have to understand, as I've been mentioning these past couple weeks, for y'all that's been catching these holy days and getting more in tune, it is the time of the birth of the mental atmosphere of this planet. This is why we have the cloud technology, the AI technology, all this highly advanced technology that is a part of the incoming of this new cycle, sun cycle, or philosophical cycle of nature that we're going through. And we're coming back into the revolving of that awareness and in form of intelligence and our consciousness. But we can't stay within the consciousness state of it. Being aware of new logical way of thinking does not mean you're in the intelligence form of thinking new logically. And we got to make that clear, and we got to be able to pull our people up out of the logicisms in the logical way of thinking, which is just using the animal brain, or what you would consider the animal mind, to think and process your thoughts from. It's time to tap into what we call the true light and really think from that true light. So this is the reason why I'm going into those cycles, because we got to get a grasp on not epistemologically what we mean culturally by some of these things, but what do they mean in the actual linguistic sense from where they come from. Like the master teacher would always say, they can't lie to you anymore when you know the language and the definitions. And when we go into these definitions from a linguistic standpoint and we get deep into it, it's no lying to us. All the semantic games that has been played on us, it is done with. And we have to understand, if we're looking at things logically, that means things have multiple definitions and layers of definitions, just like they do to us in legalese. Legalese is
Islam.
just a language of well, let me finish this thought and then go ahead and take it from there. This legalese thing, you have a lot of people that have a deconnotative understanding. Then you have us who understand that if I'm on a basketball court and I cross you over, it's a crossover. It's just a simple crossover. This is what we call it in basketball. If I shoot a shot from the 3-point line, we call it the perimeter. Now, though it can cross over and a hyperbole and all these other things to where, you get real creative with the English language, That's cool. I come from the standpoint of being an artist myself. But a crossover in the 3-point in the basketball world just simply means the crossover. That is the language of the art of that sport, or that's the language or linguistic art of that particular sport. And I get you want to, be, some of my people want to be a lot, metaphorical. That's where we come from. We come out of the standpoint of we went through a time where our glyph and our glyphic writings were metaphorical. Then we come out of a standpoint of time where our glyphs and our scripts were based on an actual literal form of communication. So understanding that this new logical way of thinking at things, you have to be able to see things in a quantum manner. So going into the fact that we had the true light cycle, then we had the cycle for deification and the pantheonic structure. Then we went into the fall with the religions being birthed during the fall, and coming out of the fall as we going through this new replenishing. We're coming from those cultures being created, but there's going to be that one culture and one culture of people. Same way during the last fall or the beginning of the fall, you had those during Noah's time who was told and gathered to do a certain type of thing. Same thing the master teacher came expounding on. We are in those times of Noah again. So it's going to have to be us that understands how to tap into these frequencies from a new logical perspective. So though we had a lot of power during the deific times, we also had a lot of things deific, and during that deific time that actually did cause the fall, like Doc mentioned with Enki. Certain things that Enki did. And Ki, and meaning master or deity of Ki, earth. So you had Enlil, same thing, master of the sky for Lil. So, or Anu, master of the heavens, the heavenly father. So you had these deific positions and thresholds or frequency levels of power that pretty much will use for anti-nature purposes. And then those that kept it up, which is where you have the priesthood of Amen come out of. Today, that priesthood of Amen will be those priesthood of what you would consider the sacred ones. This is why we take the knowledge that we have back to ancient Kemetic or that Kemetic way of living. This is what they want to destroy, because the teachings of being new logical comes out of ancient Christism, ancient Christianity, or from the teachings of Paharu Masur Pakaras. So that knowledge of us anointing ourselves in that alligator oil, this is what they want to get rid of. And I wish it was more that went to I wish Brother Raheem was in here with us, because he can kind of expound on this part too with me. But those that went through chambers, or if you ever took your Native American powwow, you kind of understand the ritualistic measures that you go through when you're being enrolled in an actual tribe, or you're going through that initiation of being enrolled in the tribe or coming into a sacred and sacral order. So this is what they're talking about getting rid of from the Illuminati standpoint, because that gene still carries on, that knowledge still carries on. They took the master teacher, and you have everybody scrambling doing the YouTube thing, doing the some are coming out with books, but it's not like that impact that that was happening when the master teacher was around. So you have a remnant of us that's still able to tap into the new logical way of thinking, but actually still present ourselves in a mainstream way, because this will be, and this is mainstream. And there is going to be a time where each and every one of y'all in this room are going to see Hey, this man told us about this. They coming out with this information and they're packaging it as if it's theirs. He prepared us and told us, man, that's your stuff. Stop all the YouTube fighting. Stop wasting your time with the conscious community YouTube beasts, the conscious community different lights that people are tapping into, and focus on the power of what you have inherited. Y'all have an inheritance, a specific inheritance to get. And this is a part of the solution that we have to understand that goes into what we're going to do. What does this 5-year plan look like? And what are we going to be doing as we do it? But you have to understand what you have inherited. You have inherited the knowledge of going through that true light cycle, that deific cycle, that religious cycle, and now we're going back into a natural philosophy cycle. We are the only people who can go through those karmic portals, or sansama, if I'm saying it the correct way off the top of my head, that they talk about those different reincarnations, and master your incarnation in one life to get to the next life. You have the specifics for that. So we went through this, this phase of time from the past 2,000 years ago on all the way back to 50,000, or let's say 50 million years at this point, of going through a religious cycle. And the beginning of the end of that cycle was when Atum and Lilith gave birth to what we call Adam and Eve. And like Doc just mentioned, it got real ghetto on Earth. It got real ghetto. It was already kind of just a free reign, open space, but it was still protected by the universal and divine laws of nature itself. So you have this same type of cycle on every new Earth or every new planet that you have that's being birthed in every solar system or lunar system across the Omniverse. But here with us, we're getting ready to go through that replenishing, which is a graduation. It will no longer be ghetto on Earth. We're going through the worst, or the thick of the storm, before we actually go through what's called this golden cycle. All of this technology is the reason for that. But you all have to get your new logical thinking caps on for you to know what to do with the power of this technology that's coming through. So the Illuminati, the one worldism, and the elders of Zion and the protocols of Zion that bridge all those things together, that is just solely a signal. It's going to be a distraction for a lot of our people, but it's solely a signal, like Simone is catching and bringing up the point. Well, what is the 5-year plan? What does that look like? And how do we go about doing it? Everything that they're trying to change, make good into bad, bad into good. I heard a speech just this past week where it's literally, we're in those times where people are saying what is bad is good, and what is good is bad. We living in those times now. I don't know if any events come to y'all head when you think about that, but we are definitely living during those, during this time now. But it is the signal of the end of times, like we talked about a couple holy days ago, about this whole seventh, the first thunder, second thunder, third thunder, fourth thunder, all the way to the seventh. This is the year 2023, y'all. We're going into the year 2024. That means it's only 6 years from now to the year 2030. As we read, in the year 2030, such and such and such will happen. The things that was prophesied to come by those that was in the black light surrounded by the master teacher. Even those things came to pass from those cycles and cyclic times all the way down to what was supposed to happen after the year 2012. But this is the point of y'all understanding that this is a replenishment for y'all. This is a reset for them. But what are you replenishing yourself to? You can't bring an old paradigmic way of thinking into the new. This is why I say it's good that we have the epistemological understanding. Those are modern day culturalisms. Whatever day and time that you're in, it's just a culturalism for that particular day and time. But it is not an actual ontology, which is the origin of things going all the way back and how things were communicated. Like today, we say that is dope, or what's one of the things that we say now? That's bad. Boy, you bad. Simple, just simple things like that. Or what is it? It's one of these terms that we use, and it's actually making reference to a STD. I just can't think of it right now, but it's back in the 70s. That was a term that they said that you had that was basically meant you had an STD. Today, a little more further ahead in time, it means something totally different. So epistemologically, we we use that for the modern day culturalisms of understanding, but we don't want to lose connection with the ancient principle and custom that these things actually represent. So for us, religion could mean etymologically, even old time etymologically, that you're binding yourself to a legion of demons, a legion of re and legion over and over and over again, or the light of legion. And in the scriptures it say we are many. So you'll have those type of concepts, but the etymologically just means to bind yourself. And we here, when we connect, we bind ourselves etherically to each other. We make an etherical connection with each other that can only be broken by the higher divine intelligences, etc. So we want to understand that terms have a universal connotation, deconnotation standpoint. Just like you have your true light and your amber light. You can look at a word from the standpoint of its amber light definition, or you can look at it from its true light definition, depending on what you're dealing with and who's discussing it at what time and from what part of the universe they coming from. So today, with this whole like I say, hybridization is one worldism, the Zionist protocols, and the Illuminati, we don't want to confuse those different things and those different points for that, because we'll be missing out on what needed to be done as far as any solutions to respond to those things. Because today, with the Illuminati movement, they'll have you thinking that going against the real truthisms that come out of the real scriptures are something bad and don't make no sense, versus extracting the actual data and real intelligence that you need to have. Of course, we know, like I said plenty of times before, the Bible is nothing but little books, but and we know it means biblios to them in Greek. So it's just little letters and little books. But what are these little letters and little books made up of? For them, it's a form of gossip and their divine comedy that they use to counteract us with satire, going back not even 2,000 years ago, because Joshua came using a certain way of teaching from a certain period of time, which was during that deific time, using the metaphor of using a metaphoric way of teaching, or sometimes they call it the Socratic way of teaching, that came out of ancient Egypt. Today, you have, you know, the metaphor reigning real hard. We in a hip hop culture, more of a more urban culture. We can call it urban. We back during those metaphoric times of living, but you're gonna have us who have those memories that we went through during those times of the Torah, and we were shifting out of the metaphoric times into more literal, and the things that came and was developed from when we start to utilize the script even more. This is why he also made reference to the point in the fact that the script, the scripture, that script, that divine script cannot be broken. So we going through a time where this Illuminati gonna be telling you all these things to make you think that the divine script is backwards, when these are nothing but little epiplets of our ancient histories, our sacred records, etc. And they put it into the form of a story that you have to kind of have discernment, one of those spiritual gifts, to kind of piece back together the same way the master teacher did. And then economically, with the new world order and the one worldism, they're trying to displace us as indigenous people and our natural inheritance, and more specifically, this inheritance that comes with this new logical way of thinking. You find the word noon, or the word for the true light, from ancient Egypt and Hebraic languages or Semitic languages all the way throughout time and history. So now they want you disconnected from what your divine inheritance is, as well as you not have a lick of ownership, control, or any economic power and understanding of what to do economically. And all these things came out of indigenous cultures, whether it's a bond, whether it's a note, whether it's real estate. So you have a lot of people that think, oh, these things come from this, all this stuff come from that, because of what's been created through these hybridizations, through the so-called enlightenment stage. But in ancient Egypt, you are actually going through an endarkment. You're going through forgetting and throwing a lot of the crap that you learned in the light away. So it's actually more so reverse, because the true light is a black light, or a dark light, whatever, the Moors or whatever. We ain't going back and forth about that word. But these teachings are actually reversed. So this whole, going through light, everything is based on light, even down to the whole Luciferian concept of the light bearers, is more so a reverse from what we understand and what we know uh through the ancient mysteries. So the Illuminati, not the Illuminati, but the New World Order and these hybridizations that are connected with it, will be, here to block you out from all of your divine inheritance, all your divine knowledge. You forget that basketball, football, soccer, all this stuff came out of Africa before any so-called Freemason group. And what you may read from the sister who did the ISIS papers, and how she breaks it down using the early form of quantum physics with the uniforms, the uniform string theory. So the point for them is for you not to know that you are a part of the development, the revelation, the actions, the divine responsibilities that not just come from this planet, but before this planet even had any form of deific civilization, other planets that you existed on and created legacies on and things on. Today, what we call a legacy is a marriage. We can get into the argument and say that we didn't marry, but we had what's called a legacy. Today, in finance, you call that a legacy trust. But this is more an internal thing than it is paper. But not to say there is not no sacred record of this, because how else will we be able to tap into these ancient parchments, what we call the pure pages or Suhuf, and other things that have recollection of things going all the way back to millions of years. So we did have legacies, we did have trust, we did have these records, like I say, everything from real estate to bonds to notes to markets to event schedules, etc. This is why when we came more out of the metaphoric glyph, they start to realize that, especially those that are into the Egyptologist type of information, if you go and do your research, you will see they start to realize that this was also done in ancient Egypt, because everything went from pictorial and metaphorical to literal. And then you popped up with another royal civilization that had a balance between the two. So the point for them is to keep us at odds, like I've been mentioning with the adversaries, from Abraham to Lot, Osiris and Set, Solomon and Adonijah, and all these time periods, to keep us at odds with each other. Because you're gonna have those that have the mindset of, well, we need to get rid of the books, throw away this crap, throw away religion, throw away these cultures, and we forgetting what was the point for them to have us at odds and have Christians fighting Muslims, Muslims fighting Buddhists, Buddhists going back and forth with other different sects within the Buddhist sect, and all of the philosophers, even down to Yahshua. The main thing that they agreed upon, which is the focus of your mind, and the teachings that came out of ancient Egypt, to where we taught people how not to go into, it's hyper something, but basically you make yourself sick with your thoughts, how to heal yourself with the power of your mind. So that culture that come out of ancient Egypt, they want us to forget. That economy that came out of ancient Egypt, they want us to forget. So you have these different organizations for different purposes, but they're not meant for the same thing. That's why we're going to have to put on our new logical thinking cap, understand what is the point of these organizations, really look at them from what they are. And if there's going to be a jihad, you got to remember, you have those that are fighting the jihad externally, then you have those that are fighting the jihad internally. And the original intent of the jihad is an internal battle. As we say, we accept this fact that everybody got to be truthful with themselves and about themselves, and those Elohims that make up their willpower. And especially in this day and time, where you have voice to skull type technologies that come through, and people hear voices or thoughts in their head, we live more in a compartmentalized manner without practicing these ancient practices of meditation, yoga, understanding the specific glands, and communicating with our energy glands, energy centers of those specific glands to remember, hey, well, we need to have a 7-year plan because the cycles is going to change. The energy to the next cycle is going to change. In the Bible or the scripture or the Torah, you have moon cycles, you got sun cycles. These are things that we discuss, prepare for, even had the shoba where we blew the trumpet or the shoba to signal the next cycle. Today, we way we way thrown off the whole situation with different glands being taken out of the human body, a lack of connection with the divine, as Doc mentioned last time he spoke a couple holy days ago about the last entity that the Anunnaki made communication with, which is Prophet Muhammad Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, and then all the way till today with the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, then the honorable messenger, the honorable messenger Elijah Muhammad, then the master teacher. Because when we talking about the return of the Anunnaki, we got to be aware that this is talking about the return of a way of living. When we talk about this replenishing, it's talking about the return of a way of living. It say the world will be, this replenishing will be based on fire, but not the same fire that most people are thinking about. Yeah, you're gonna have nuclear fire and all of that as well, but mainly the fire that come out of y'all's mouth from y'all grasping this knowledge and communicating it from a new logical standpoint. And understand, we just teaching people about the cycles of nature. Not to say that what we had in the past was better than what we will have now, because as has been mentioned, you will do greater works than I. So we came to do something that's greater than what our ancestors have done in the past. We have access to the technology to do greater things which was done in the past. Because I mean, we're gonna talk about it. When Enki and Enlil had access to this, they were blowing each other to smithereens. Where you think the desert come from? Computers, nothing new. Today, everybody on the surface of the planet Earth have access to the computer, which was something that those at the round table, those elders, did not want to happen initially. So this is why I say you had those other species fighting for dominance over the planets. Before you had this concept of the Illuminati, you had the back and forth between the elders of the humanoid species and the hybridized reptilian humanoid species that came out of that, and species that are more animalistic, more integrated with insectoids, etc., that come out of that. But we, knowing who is who, and I literally mean who as in HU, who, that we come in a different form. All of us not pure, but we're tapping into, new logically, a pure source of the highest evolved or revolved humanoid creation. Humanoid, not just humanoid. So the the whole thing that's coming about that got people kind of in a riffraff, we should be the most relaxed, the most calmest, and the most prepared for what's to come. And it's not going to take all of the, you know, the, all the things that most people are thinking that they need to get prepared. You have to learn how to exist with what you have. You got to learn to be grateful for what you have now before we get what we got coming for us. We have a split that's happening dimensionally, frequency wise, energetically wise. You have those that are going to gravitate towards all these things that they're hearing, the reset, what's going on in Africa, what's going on in Brazil. The rainforest has been on fire more than it's ever been. It's been burnt down. Um the government is trying to chip people, and then all these corporations is trying to put chips in people. You're gonna have people that go toward that energetically. Then you're gonna have those that move toward the fifth dimensional paradigm energetically. Fear, fearing the things of the world will lead you into worldliness. The only thing we need to be afraid of is your butt getting zapped out your chair right now. That's about the only thing. That's about the only thing you need to be worried about. Is you getting zip zapped out the chair. Because big mother plane came over the planet or something, and you wasn't prepared to protect yourself mentally. Now, some people have the perspective that you can't protect yourself mentally from extraterrestrial powers and things like that. But if you really do enough research and do enough studying, you would know that the information that we was given out of ancient Egypt, especially talking about the master key and the other symbols like the Sa and everything else, these are not just earthly symbols, nor powers, nor things, nor even way of thinking. So there is a way to so-called psychically, mentally protect yourself, your mental protection, all that. That is the point of certain culturalisms gaining more power and maintaining the knowledge that came out of that pantheonic time, which came out of that true light time. So we went through a cycle of a rise, we went through a cycle of a fall, and we're going through a cycle of a rise again. We're not in a cycle of going from a rise to a fall. We're in a cycle of coming out of a fall into a rise. And we're at the point on that time clock where everybody will be the most confused. And specifically, this is the year of that high level of confusion. We're at that point 3 South cataclysm right now, especially being the year 2023, as we talked about before, it being the point of a portal, vortex, etc. So, what is it going to look like in the next five years? What, how, who, what, and what we're going to be discussing. Where are you going to be? What are you going to be doing? Like I say, there's going to be a split energetically between those who go toward three-dimensional things and lock themselves in the solidarity of things. Then you're going to have those who go toward the fifth dimension and integrate themselves in the graduation of this planet. So our thoughts got to be on a new logical aspect. This is what the battle is really about. This is what the back and forth between our people is really about. All of these so-called conscious community, intellectual communities, all of them have mentioned this fifth dimensional thing before. But how many are mentally, soulfully, spiritually prepared for it? Because just like for those that have read the master teacher's work, y'all should be aware of the fact that he went through the mystery school, went through the pyramid, and he thought he was gonna need some water. He thought he was gonna need some paper and all these other things, some lamps. I think he was bringing lamps, whole bunch of other stuff that he was trying to carry with him on his initiation at the Nile of the two junctions, or the junction of the Nile. I'm sorry. And he thought he was gonna need a lot to go through that transformation. If y'all get a chance, when y'all get a chance, read them holy tablets. I think it's chapter 19 where it talks about this. You're not gonna need much, if anything. But don't believe me, go check it out for yourselves. Because that battle is a battle within. It's beyond the protection.
Peace, bro.
Islam, somebody chiming in?
Yeah, it's me, my dear brother. Um, and you know that pity pat's on what I wanted to chime in on earlier with regards to the build here. And that's definitely right. You know, he did acknowledge after going through thinking I need all of this and this and this and this and that, and having failed, for he neglected the one and only true need that we are all already have when we in heart in the intention and earnestness and sincerity of our heart when we acknowledge, you know this.
Islam.
And come back to when you was talking about, it triggered something that I was going through this dawn and the other day in my, you know, when you have that talking with the ancestors and the deity within you, right? Ciphers, it's talking with yourself per se. And I was talking about, I made mention of the ego and intelligence, right? And how, you know, for myself, you know, acknowledging through all these years from 14, 13 years old to now at 41, how, you know, going through all this ego of intelligence of, you know, quote, learning and knowing and traveling through all of these schools of thought and teachings, whether it's right knowledge or other knowledge, it don't matter. Just all these schools of thought that, you know, did its duty in some regard, but also fed the ego of intelligence, where, you know, you can forget in your over intellectualization of knowledge per se, that you can forget the humility and meekness in your praise and glorification of the creator, in the simplicity that even though all that knowing that you think you do know, right? Like he said, I can't give you what you think you want. So you will learn how to think on the level of what I truly came to get. You know what I mean? And it was beyond the intellect of intelligence and knowledge. You know what I mean? It was the heart. It was your piety and loyalty and devotion of living for the creator, of by and for the creator, as an instrument, as a vessel, as a student, as an abid, a slave or servant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know what I mean? And so relevant to that, that's where I was like, man, through all you know, you realize you know nothing. And the only true knowing is that of the one and true creator. All the other stuff is, you know, little dressings per se. Yeah,
Islam.
there you go, brother. All lean back to
So
self, brother. So
so
yeah, go
look,
ahead.
to add on top of that, we going back into a new logical way of thinking, which is a natural philosophy way of thinking. But we're coming out of a paradigm that was based on cultures and religions. And the main key reason is like what we remember, right? This is Shiul. This is a school. This is hell. We are in the lower the lower form of creation, or the lower cycle, or a lesser evolved cycle of nature. So when it comes to what we're the direction that things are going in, and for us to be in divine alignment, we're gonna have to understand the power, the knowledge, the wisdom that came all the way through that whole entire religiousized cycle, that culturalized cycle. Understand, for example, even if we use the word culture, they throw the word cult back at our face, right? We're gonna have to understand that cult is just the short-term form of the word culture. So we've been going through those back and forths, not just recently. This has been a long time. If we go look and study the words of some of these Egyptologist people, they use the word cult center for Ma'at. They use the word cult center for Osiris. They use the word cult center for Hathor, Hagar, etc. So even then, they've been battling against our, what you call, African traditional religions. So coming out of that and going back into a natural philosophy, that don't mean we throw away what we have, been given. So now you end up with, like I mentioned earlier, you end up with that jihad and that spiritual war, that energetic war, and it's a battle between yourself, the wills within yourself, because non-ether, as we know, will tell you where to do something, when to do something, how to do something, why you doing something, and everything that comes within that whole 9 dimensions of things. So now we're being signaled to prepare ourselves with the highest frequency and the highest culturism that was channeled down, because you have two cultures that are similar. One is larger than the other. One has more deities than the other, and that's Islam and Hinduism, or the Bhakti culture that come out of ancient Hindu, which actually came from us as a people, which is the original Mecca. So you have Hindu with all of the deities and all of the gods, and they have way more followers than what was the signal coming from the mother plane, Sananda, which is the mother plane or mothership for the being they call Yahshua or Jesus, saying, hey, you need to become a one of peace. You need to remember, without saying it, what did Akhenaten come to teach us when we was going through that fall of the deific times? What did he come to teach the priest of Amen? What happened during that time? We worshipped all these deities in ancient Egypt. This is where they get it from the ancient Hindu. We got a deity for the earth. We got a deity for the sun. We got a deity for water, Shu, the air, Tefnut, water, Geb, earth. We got deities for each and every one of these things. But what connects them all, as Akhenaten, same thing was saying then, that Patempta. So that same culturism of spiritual oneness, and that's also part of what they're trying to block with the one worldism, because like I said, it's to make you forget that you have already been a part of seek ye first the kingdom and all these things will be added unto you. You are already a part of that malakut. You already should be connected to that lasut. You should already be connected to that ram. Seek ye first the ram, seek ye first lasut, then all these things will be added unto you. So going forward, this is the remnant, those Ishmaelites, and you got a lot of people trying to keep create more controversy between the Ishmaelites or the Enlilites and the Inkiites, as we know them to be. And you got people that get into that doctrine. This is why the master teacher has mentioned, when I went into the Right Knowledge series, after the Right Knowledge series, that created a lot of demons. That created a lot of people who became more concerned about what's going on with Enki and Enlil versus we got an economic situation on our hands and our people do not know how to take care of themselves globally. To the point that they don't even remember that they are the ones who started the Democrat and the Republican structure from the Enkis and the Enlilites. From Bali to Shinar. You're the ones that created these things. So the tradition left.
Facts.
You understand where I'm going with this?
Yeah, because
They
you go back to each of the seven cities, and as we read in the scriptures, in the ancient scriptures, those of the Enkiites and those of the Enlilites, those different cities set up. One was what is referred to as quote Republican, and one was what is referred to as Democratic.
right. And
So
so we know
definitely,
what happened with the Inkyites. A lot of their generation and gene pool, they forgot this knowledge about what is to happen. What is the difference between the Enlilites today and those Inkyites in the past? True peace. Happy holiday, Majestic. Happy holiday, mama. So we know that to that the prophecies and the power of Nawabu or Nebawa in Arabic is the prophethood that left the Israelite side, and it passed on to, well, it didn't even begin with the Israelite side, it began with the Ishmaelite side. They are the bloodline of those prophets that came. So then you had the messengers sent to the Israelites to take them on these tests, these journeys, and certain stipulations they had to go through to say, hey, y'all need to such and such and such and such, because y'all out here worshiping Molech, y'all out here killing the sacred cow. When I say do something, I'm sending a message through y'all Batard glands that's missing. Y'all not listening. How many, like I say in the script, how many leaders do we gotta send for y'all to get the bigger picture? And in this day and time, we just handed over a leader, yeah, he can have incense falling out the sky, the middle of nowhere in his hand. He can turn into a ball of light. He can hear me from the other room or the other building, and he know what I'm thinking, and woo woo woo. So we just gonna hand him over like he a human. He just another human. Who care? How many leaders do we gotta send for us to figure out that the Ishmaelite or the Enlilite bloodline that was appointed to go from Enlilite power to our new power, that is going to inherit that turning from flesh back to a beam of light? This is all that they communicate about in the Hindu culture and the Hindu religion. How to conquer or master your karmatic life. And then go even further in the teachings of the Bhakti. The teachings of the Bhakti is the same lessons and knowledge that the Mohammedans start to receive. But that's only a portion of what came through, because a lot of us forget that Arabia, even though chronologically wise we think that Hebraic came first, when in actuality it was that Semitic Syriac Arabic language that came first without any grammatical corrections and things like that. So our mind has to shift back into a way to think in those different parallels and multi dimensions. Understand that there's two Babylons. So you might be talking about one Babylon and get confused, but that thing actually happened in another period in time in Babylon. So where does this take us today, and what do we see ourselves in the direction we going into today? Because there's three words he threw out: law, truth, and the heart. Right? Am I getting that correct, Doc?
True piece. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
Right. You talk
Oma.
about referring to that passage in Ezekiel that I mentioned.
Yeah,
Yeah. The law of truth was in his mouth or his heart.
in his heart, and out of the heart,
You know what I'm saying?
the mouth speaks.
Right. Because he's like the Messiah said, you are judged by not which goes in the mouth. The mother thinking about, oh, if I eat this, oh, if I eat that. You're not. You're judged more by what proceeded from the mouth.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that. All right, now, Noble Jonathan, what you want to chime in? What you want? What you gonna say?
True piece. Yeah. All this is tying into the whole Jacob and the wordings. I look at the wordings, the symbols. They like the J didn't exist. It originally was an I, but then it became into. And I don't know if you can hear me still.
Yeah, you coming through.
Good, good, okay. Yeah, so like
Now you got real low. I don't know if you turned that Bluetooth thing off. Remember that Bluetooth? Uh, that how it do your mic. I don't know if y'all can hear, but I know it sounds real low on my end. Go ahead, Noble. You sound real low to me. Can y'all hear the Noble?
okay, how about now?
Yeah,
I think
much clearer. There you go.
okay, yeah, my Bluetooth I had to switch it out. Yeah, so like going back to the whole Jacob and the wordings, there wasn't an I originally, or there wasn't a J originally, it was an I, and things have evolved over time, language has evolved, and Jacob, is interesting with the A and the O, but it says CB, in there, so it's kind of like, for me, it's looking at, people talk about the age of Aquarius, we're entering the age of Aquarius, coming from the age of Pisces. Pi being that representation of a circle, and then C, ES, and S is kind of that energy in motion. It's not just a still pond that never changes. It's that spiraling circle. No different than how people have been looking at the sun and its spirals. The planets are spiraling around it rather than it being this flat disk, stationary. The whole thing's moving, and we're, as people, learning just as much as the information is kind of compiling on itself, and people are looking to stabilize themselves in a realm that's very much that up and down ladder, and people are at the fringes of perspectives, whether it's the low end poverty or it's the wealthy high ups looking down, and they're both looking completely opposite directions at each other. And I think that's where what is the neurological way of thinking is kind of saying, hey, we're in the center of it, we see it, and we're looking to do what's right when it comes to stabilizing, not just for ourselves but also the work that the elders have done and what the youth are going to be bringing into play. And right now, it is a mess, where you have the adults who have been put into these different societies, or they chose to learn different knowledge, which is great, because talking about what are they, why are there so many of these different clubs and societies, and it's like, well, why are there so many animals and different types of insects, and so people have been kind of partitioning themselves out based on not having the the web of things, the computer, and looking at what is 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, 5 dimensions, or even looking at it in that 4D perspective. I just look at the computer as being that 4D perspective. By having a computer, you're already tapping into the fringes of updating from just a 3D perspective to a bird's eye view, and saying, hey, I'm more than just, than just a body. There's something happening, within me. Just like music changes the way you feel, or you start to kind of tune in to people who like the same type of music. You can even talk about women and how things sync up, and men have their own ways of doing that too. So, I'm grateful to be part of this space as we, as I'm solidifying something in myself as we go. Participating in these communications allows for, kind of fine tuning from that up and down, those major ups and downs, from not knowing to feeling like with that ego, and then realizing you don't, and going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until something new comes into play. And that new, whether you call it the Anunnaki or the Age of Aquarius, coming into play, which I'd like to communicate on what N represents. Would be really cool if we did that. But to finish out, but yeah, that's the view, is that's not some guy or some pie in the sky that's going to do that for you. It's, the pie was being pushed on us, even the whole Enigma coding and how that came into play for computers to come into existence is based on man and machine working together, and the whole industrial revolution and all these different things. But that doesn't mean that that's the path forwards. That just means that's help build the framework. Who are we, artistically, civically, as makers, as children of the Creator, children of the Most High. And that goes back into defining what that means, because you go into, the Most High isn't yours, or the Most High is mine, or what is that, And I don't know, we'll see. Just, yeah, thanks. Thank
Well,
you.
now I'm glad you made those, because you made a very profound, like, just everything from the beginning to the end, very profound contribution with that, because this is the direction I'm trying to take us in, as far as what we're talking about here. Because dimensionally wise, understanding that computers have been created by, melanated ancestors, indigenous people's ancestors, and that's something that comes from just beyond this planet. And the point of my God, your God, this, that, and the third, when we say everyone worship under their own vine and fig tree, that means worship under your own vine and fig tree of culture. But at the same time, patimta, everyone is connected to the same divine natural source. Now, this is where it gets crazy for people's understanding, because, and this is the conversation, same conversation sort of that me, Noble, Majestic, and Doc was having a couple weeks ago, and expounding on it, but it's the same principle, key point. Nature itself is cybernetic. Nature itself already operates in that binary computerized type of manner. But what we have, a part of that, is actual organic intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence, as people try to compare life to, and some come with the conclusion of, well, we're living in a simulation, right? This is not something that is a simulation. This is why, like the point Doc was mentioning earlier, when you over intellectualize, especially from the logicisms, this is what I meant by those logicisms, and not stepping into that new logical, and we can say neurological, like you said, Jonathan, but that new logical perspective, which is the true light, which is the intelligence of the divine will and the heart. You have to incorporate that factor into this cybernetic thing. It's not just a simulation, or somebody man at the end of a chair, of a computer chair, computerizing from his brain into the computer. This is organic flesh and tissue. Some of it might be less energetically alive than others, but this is where the aspect of how the essences themselves, the spirits, the intelligences, the frequencies, they move in a cybernetic manner. And that is the main key point when it comes to understanding, like you just mentioned, because you hit the nail on the coffin, that the closer you start to understand the way a computer works, the closer you get your butt to the functioning of operating on the fifth dimension. Key case in point, they did a lot of movies about the fifth dimension and how it's somewhat digitized. The word digital comes from the word digit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is digits. Those are digits. Those are numbers. There's no coinky dink that numero was knocked off in ancient Egypt. The point that you made about the letters, this is the same form of Socratic form of thinking that was adopted out of ancient Egypt, where you start to question things. You question your own thinking. This is what leads you to that nous. They call it gnosis or nous in ancient Greek or Greece. If we start to really go deeper than what we're being told and do our actual own research and development the same way the master teacher would do, we would know that the Tuscans and the Ionian Greeks are the ones who influence, which are Moors, influence the language of your modern day Greeks. So what do I mean by that? That means we can't just look at how they would say the word Ethiopia or Ethiops in Greek would mean burnt faces. That is to the layman's, but I'm not talking to just layman people. I'm talking to a royal audience of people here that claim to be spiritual elite, spiritual royalty. It's not that religion is a bad thing. Religion is the doorway. If you can't master religion like the master teacher and taught us, you got people who 30 years into Christianity and still ain't mastered it. You got people 50 years into Islam and still ain't mastered it. That's just the doorway. You got people saying they more spiritual than they are religious, but haven't even mastered a basic religion. We got to start making things make a whole lot of new logical sense. You can't have one without the other. You ain't gonna have that spiritual, supernatural body until you sown a natural body first. You got to go through the natural phases of things first. You got to go through physics before you start to really grasp and master metaphysics. And now we moving from metaphysics into what we have today called quantum physics. And a lot of our people are far gone from thinking in a quantum kind of manner. So this is why I'm saying about, I'm glad that you, this is the reason why I'm saying I'm glad that you're mentioning the languages from the Y and how the Y wasn't used at a certain period of time. I mean, the J wasn't used at a certain period of time and the Y was used before that, because once we start to put on our thinking caps and we start to understand these things and start to really dissect and do our own research and development, and like I say, look past the fact that somebody's giving you the definition for the word Ethiops to say it means burnt faces, but for us in the ontology of the etymology, not just etymology, but the ontology, which means the source of this etymology, Ethiops does not mean burnt face. So you can't tell someone that understand just layman terms of speaking. And if y'all are aware of the brother phase one that be on here on Clubhouse and available also accessible on YouTube and other platforms, but this is one of the things that young brother be mentioning is that he's gonna teach people how to speak elite, because this is why I'm making reference to that, because if we are that spiritual elect and elite and we're to have a solution for today's so-called self-appointed elect and elite that I was talking about earlier with the world oneism and the so-called self-appointed illuminists, then we should understand things like Ethiop means ether. Ether is a combination of the Greek word of ether and ops or opia, which means perfect place of an etherical perfect place, making reference to those Ethiopians, which Ethiopia or a Mexum, whatever you want to call it, or whatever other Kush, engulfed this whole planet. The whole planet was named after Kush, Kish, Ki, Qui. However you want to go back and kind of walk the plank, walk the the line. All of these things happen chronologically, chronos, logically, the power of the logic. If we do some self analyzing, go within versus using just that surface animal logic, because what they gave for you to understand and comprehend as thinking power, you're still only tapping into the animal side of yourself. This is why you had to go to ancient Egypt to learn how to think outside of the so-called box, which is what Joshua did. Boom, bam. But he already came being born on the planet thinking outside the box before even having to go through the mystery school, because Islam. Go ahead, Noble Majestic. You was about to say something?
No, I hit the unmic by mistake. My apologies.
Oh, no worries, no worries. So Joshua already came out the womb from thinking outside the box because he mastered the past life thing. That's all he came teaching as an avatar. That's it, simple and plain. Same as any other avatar that come through that sacred order, from Elijah to whoever else you can think of that that's a part of the order of the angels of righteousness. So he coming out of the womb already coming with the school, the teachings of the mystery school, with the teachings of El Lasut, the bosom of Allah, the bosom of the divine creator. He already coming out. Hey, look, man, y'all brothers on Malakut, y'all brothers on Nasut, y'all you Enocytes, y'all need on the level, on the dimension of the humans. I need y'all to think, man. Come on, think. And then once you get past learning how to think, like Lauren Fishburne, right, from Higher Learning, was trying to convey to Ice Cube, I'm trying to teach you how to think. Then you can learn how to reason and tap into your divine rationale, which is the nous. Because now you're going to go past just knowing how to think and be a free thinker. But you got to remember the same situation we had then. You free the slave, nigga, you free a nigga, and then he run right back to the slave master. Run right back to the slave master. Run right back to the trap. This is why the symbol of the circle 7 is the symbol of the logos. The symbol of the divine word, as they call it. That's because the prophet, as he stated, I came to free y'all from mental slavery. But how can I get y'all out of mental slavery without y'all even knowing what slavery is? Like Harriet Tubman mentioned, half these people could have got freed if they knew that they were slaves. And you're not a slave of who I'm a slave of, as it says in the Qur'an, right? So you got people that are slaves to their animal mind. This is what's going to determine the split between the 3D and the 5D. Because those that are slave to their animal mind, they can have all this conscious community knowledge. They can be studying the Shikto, they can be studying the Diamond Sutra, all these different things, but have not mastered the thing that connects all of them vines together. That divine that connects all of the vines or all of the schools of thought into one lotus flower. And have not went through that school of thought, that school of the prophets, the school of the Nabi, that connects them all together. This is why as we continue to go in the direction we're going in, It's still all white, and with the symbol of the eternal seal of divine nature, or whatever other eternal seal you want to wear, whether it's the H.I.M lotus, the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek lotus, whatever. But the purpose and reason for that is to understand that, like I mentioned last week, the body of the people is feminine. Mother Nature is the body, is the flesh. So we come together as a bride, prepared for the groom, prepared for the divine masculine energy that's gonna flow through this stuff, and these divine leaders that's gonna start to grasp new logical way of thinking and lead us with new logical way of thinking, not beating our people up with the law, because that was the topic last week. How we still got, certain religious fanatic groups. I'm getting away from the point of calling them religious fanatic groups, but more of dogmatic fanatic groups, because dogma is the actual term that is proper to use from what we're talking about. Ain't nothing wrong with being religious. It's when you get dogmatic and you come, you know, you come across the path of dogmatic way of thinking, and it doesn't grow from that standpoint. So simple and plain, from people who think about things that are really fairy tale. Now the imagination, it can do some things. We are the image nation. We are made in the image and after the likeness. Made in the image and after the likeness, which I tried to go into this past Sunday, because there's a difference between made and created, like the master teacher mentioned. But what we need to really understand, that the master teacher, all the way down to the Egyptian Church of Karas days, still stood on the teachings of the Moorish Science Temple of America, still stood on every single point and preference and reference point that the prophet was making, all the way down to the end. So when we continue on and we start off bringing people up the ladder again, those that are understanding that they are the Kafri in this day and time, the rising ones in this day and time, then we gonna have to grasp the fact that, hey, that all white garment, we ain't gonna be out here like the ones that claim they the real, the real Hebrews, that claim they the real Ishmaelites, that claim they the real Israelites, that claim they the real Midianites, because they have not gathered in the garb of the righteousness, which is just simple all white. And then to take y'all even further, give you your own inherited doctrine. Can't no group of body people on this planet say that they have been forming for the past decade, because we got witnesses and we got documentation all over the place to say that they have been gathering their people for them to be prepared for a new logical way of thinking. You got people that are looked at as thought leaders, social media influencers, etc., and they teaching you all this stuff and this, that, and the third, and they still not giving you the direction that the master teacher was taking us in. While us little remnant of people coming here gathering every week, getting some done real slowly every week, some slowly done every week,
Facts.
every week.
Facts, bro.
You understand what I'm
They
saying?
sound smart. Yeah, they sound they're intelligent or whatnot. You know what I mean? They have some intellect and intelligence and so forth. And that's, I'm not hating on them on that, but respectfully so, nobody came on the level as our elder. The closest possible, any smidge of bit, what I would give credit to would be Dr. Delbert Blair.
And he learned from the
He
master teacher.
exactly. And he sat at the feet of the great. So just as all them much. You know what, bro? And I'm glad you said that, because I was on a just to say that it brings me sour, bitter flavor when we get there.
You about to say something? What happened? Well, look, while he take that break, I want to go ahead and, because we 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 gonna be short on time, but I do want to give honors to those that are in the space, whether it's your first time, your second time here, whatever. I want to give honors to Doc at the bottom, brother CP, the noble CP, and brother Heavy. I remember seeing you before, noble. But all the nobles
Yeah,
in the
that's my
space want to give
nephew.
high honors and regards. Oh, okay, yeah. I was say I
Yeah,
remember that.
that.
Okay, go ahead, noble. What you
Well,
about to say?
where was I going? Yeah, just bring me back because that mother came and interrupted my
We were
flow.
talking about Deborah Blair.
Damn.
Last thing I was saying was Deborah Blair even studied under
Oh, boom.
the
Right.
master teacher.
Alhamdulillah. 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 So I think back to when like I was listening to Brother Rich on the 363. He be having awesome guests, right? And so he had a sister on there, and she was giving great acknowledgement to a lot of teachers. She mentioned Dr. Delma Bland and all these other brothers, and I'm thinking, I'm like, they don't never mention our elder, bro. These niggas be in mass denial on him having set that tone after Noble Drew Ali. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? They don't never, man, bro.
Well, there's a reason for
I be
it.
wanting to reach.
It's a
Yeah, I overdrove, bro. Trust me. I mean, you can share that for the other bodies in member. You know what I mean? Our members in body. You know what I mean? But I know why. It just, I be wanting to reach through the digital line and slap out their mouth. Go ahead, Al.
now, and look, this is how you get them a slap up the neck. This is why I said we still have that little tiny mainstream presence. It's not like we just ghosts. You can't look us up. You can't find nothing about us on Instagram, or nothing about us on YouTube, or these social media platforms. We just not no big names. We not trying to be no big names, and we not trying to lie to people and come up with the next hottest topic to draw people to our videos and things like that. And mainly this is what we was told to do, to sit back, and sit back and stay out the way, stay in our own lane. And how you slap them up the head is you continue to do and build the work. Because like I said, it's a specific term and a specific name and a divine inheritance that y'all all have received. So while they're coming up with the next latest topic, we still come in here with the same point that Noble Simone made in the beginning. We have an economic plan. We have the divine plan of the ages. And then the master teacher came subtly, not secretly, but subtly guiding us in the direction of what that divine plan of the ages is about, where it actually comes from, and the inheritance that come with it. So it's not just the economic inheritance. It's not that you just going to inherit the whole earth, which you will. That's a part of it. But the philosophy, the science, the mannerisms, the culture, the behaviorisms, the the information, the form of thinking, the thinking patterns, the artistic work, the sacred arts that come with it. All these different things that you inherit, all the way down to the economics, all the way down to astrological things that'll be taking place for us. It's been shown all over the board, even by the Hebrew, certain groups of Hebrew Israelites, like the Yahweh ben Yahweh sect. Besides all the certain things that happen with Yahweh ben Yahweh, showing y'all to look up, to look up what's going on above us in the sky, to pay attention to what's happening in Africa, pay attention to what's happening in the world form of things, and get prepared for inheriting the earth. Not for us to be going to somebody's war and getting caught in somebody's rumors of war and saying, well, we declare that this is going to this that. No, 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 no. We're going into a fifth dimension, and some of us is going to inherit it. Those that have meek of heart, not faint of heart, not weak of heart, but those who have a strong heart, who willing to do the internal fight and the internal battle, whip a little, energetic ass, excuse my French, but because you're gonna have to stand up on the right wisdom for the right knowledge for the right overstanding, and at this point, right understanding and all those extra things that people have, came and added onto the plate. But it's this new logical perspective, and also the other things that come with it. They're not out here talking about it. Like I said, you don't find them documented for any of those things and creating culturalisms and economies of scale, and all these different other things that come with it behind it. Now you find this remnant, and you find this global society that's been established. You'll find the clear vision scroll that's been put out there to say, well, hey, y'all fighting over all these different things. Y'all fighting amongst the Nuwabians, are fighting amongst themselves, Nuwabian to Nuwabian, the Moors between themselves, the Israelites between themselves, and the different factions, the different groups, the spiritualists between themselves, the different factions, the different groups, the different partitions, like Jonathan mentioned earlier. And then you're gonna have those few who are talking about uniting, but uniting from a non-biased standpoint, not a biasness, not with a biasness. We want to unite, but unite y'all under our umbrella. This ain't got nothing to do with us, because or else we wouldn't be calling ourselves World Temple, Branch Temple number 24, or the Moorish Science Temple of America, and come link yourself with the family of the nations, the holy family of nations at this point. If we didn't understand that from going through the old cycle into a new cycle, you can't bring the old paradigm into the new paradigm. It's not gonna work. So that means that everything that was created during this old cycle is gonna have to be revised. It's gonna have to be restructured. It's gonna have to be recalibrated. All these things don't need to be necessarily thrown away, because ain't nothing new under the divine sun. Majority of them not going to be thrown away. They're going to be changed. They're going to change form. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It's not going nowhere, but it will be transformed. But you have to get with the people who know how to make that transformation, who understand that power, that hey, I need to be able to tap into the true alchemy of taking that which is dirty and making it clean. So, while they over here Bible thumping, I need to figure out what is the real parts of this Christianity thing. What is the real parts of this Islamic thing? What is the real parts of this Hindu thing? What is the real parts of this Muslim, this ancient spiritualist thing? What is the real parts of this natural philosophy thing? Because it all centers from the same divine intelligence. So they don't want to put him out front, because that means, well, I gotta check my rhetoric. That means, I gotta really check what Noble Drew Ali said about us being black people, us calling ourselves Negro, black, and color. Because Noble Drew Ali intention wasn't for us to start battling and fighting our own people over one word, and losing people because of a word. Now we lost a whole segment, especially as somebody who know how to run business and know about business and marketing and all those things. You know the way you carry yourself, you can lose a whole demographics that you need for your business, just based on certain little micro bullcrap things. Not having an email, not having a website, not having business cards, physical or digital, don't matter. But the point is, if we miss the point that we getting, people to walk away just because, well, every time one of our brothers and sisters say the word black, we got to go down their throat with, well, black means this, black means that. But did not grasp to think to really check the words and really read the words and overstand the words 7 times 7 times 7 over, that the prophet was saying that state psychology. What is Moorish? What is indigenous? What is melanated people's psychology? What is Cushitic people's psychology about this thing? Because when we start going into what they say science was, and even to these tests of certain words, yeah, of course, certain words, the word hate, or the word love, like, all these little words, they still have energy behind the word, and the energy changes according to that person's feeling, not just the word, but the person's feeling. So you can do the brother from the Chinese brother, you can do his test with the water, but what does that person feel when they say the word black, when they say the word white, when they say this word, when they say these are things that did not get checked the same way in the Philadelphia experiment that went misunderstood when they did the experiment to open up these time portals, which we are in the year of one of them portals right now, because they did their basic Tesla thing. Tesla took away some things, the other brother took away some things, they still continue on, but Tesla tried to warn them, and even the fact of certain things with that, they still did not take into account that each and every one of these people that was on that ship or in that experiment had their own 0 point time reference, which is why they end up coming out with the Rainbow Project, which now y'all are witnessing but don't even know you're witnessing, and you wonder why there's so much back and forth between us as a people and all these technologies, direct energy weapon technologies, and why the government just bought like $50 billion worth of laser technology to put on top of the earth. Who are they preparing to fight? And lasers, really? So when we tap in and understand that they're taking themselves into a solidarity position, more of a solid state, and they're crystallizing themselves with their fear, because the point of what's happening and what's coming, they afraid of the ET that's here to change the planet, the state of the earth, which we all are aware of. But they moving around in fear. You should be the calmest ever, because you coming into your divine inheritance. You're coming into listening to that remnant of people that say, well, hey, we don't need to be fighting about the word black. We don't need to be going back and forth with our people. We actually need to be embracing our people. But when it comes down to it, hey, in law, in modern day law, you can't use that term, because in modern day law, colors, period, or color of law, period, colorable titles of law have no standing in law. Simple and plain. Not the whole, well, this, because in actuality, even the prophet said that thinking comes from them, not us. So, and if you do the origin, you got John D and Queen Elizabeth, who said everything is black, is evil, dead, and this, that, and the third. So when you go based off somebody else's definition of a word, you put yourself under their jurisdiction. Simple and plain. But we not communicating past our own rhetoric. We not pushing past our own rhetoric. That means we not sitting back and thinking. We just going with the flow. We just going with rhetoric that's been passed down. Even the word, even saying Islam when we greet each other, that has discrepancies between the origins of that. But we still use it. But are we fact checking? Really, really fact checking. This is why someone that does thorough and renowned type research, they don't want him around. Like, nah, man, he gonna be destroying what we teach people. He gonna be taking money out our pocket that we stealing from the people, that we not putting back into economic empowerment. None of this money is going into actual infrastructure for engineering, civil engineering, building cities, and like the first tiny home village is now in 2023 when it should have been 10 years ago. These smart projects been had for years, and you got people trying to copy our work. Don't know a lick about the project nor the inheritance, and the information you think you're getting your information from is coming from the same people that you know that you claim you don't rock with. You don't rock with the Illuminati, but then while you participating in their rhetoric about the planet X, Nibiru, Rolo, whatever else you want to call it, whatever new term you come with when you go communicate with that so-called Galactic Federation group of people over there. This is why I say it's gonna get, real tight knit between really understanding what are the solutions gonna be when you have the Illuminati movement, which is separate from the New World Order movement. That New World Order movement comes from you and your people. It's a Nubian world order, not a new world order. It's a Nubian world order. That's old. That ain't new. Respects and much regards to the brother 19 Keys with the whole new black order. But we already had the Nubian world order. That's something that's old. How much effort did we actually put into it? How much thinking did we actually put into it? How much economic pros did we actually stand on? Same thing now to this day. You got people, like I'm saying, with this whole fighting over the word black, fighting over the concept of the word more, fighting over things that do not matter as far as us being connected to the same etherical vine to each other, and bridging those gaps. We over here divided over the smallest, stupidest, minute thing. But those that hear will hear. Those that see will see. Those that don't, they simply don't. And you're gonna either go within or you're gonna go without. With them people that's stuck in 3D and living in fear. Only thing you should be fearing is getting your ass zapped, like I said earlier, out of your seat. I got zapped. Well, I got a little tiny zap. I got 2 zaps in my life. One in 17 to wake my butt up, and one just a couple years ago. You sure you want to be around these certain group of people like that, and knowing what their projected destiny is? When you got a date, do a designated thing at a designated time for a designated certain group of people. Cause I got no time with all the work that we've done to participate in somebody's Hollywood show. I got no time to play around in the conscious community thing. So this is why we won't be out there in the forefront, as far as what they call the community. Because the prophets say we got to uplift fallen humanity. So our appeal has to be universal, not just one dimensional toward our people. It got to be universal. This is what the divine frequency is calling for. So that means we're going to have to learn how to put together substantial businesses. Yeah, I get it. We want to shop black. Cool. That's, cool. But we were more aesthetically higher in vibration than what we call them when we say that's proper and this, that, and the third. And then we still shoot each other down and try to bring each other down to that level. Because the master teacher can't give you what's right and exact.
Hey, pause. Pardon the body.
Islam.
Hey, so we have a unique guest in our audience, and they've been controversial in the past. So do we want to continue with the guest in our audience, or do we just want to go ahead? Because, I just need to know, do we need to go ahead and move forward with Exile?
He can listen. He can listen from
Because I
there, but
don't play,
he won't
bro.
be.
I'm the cherubim, whatever phonology suits one's fancy. I'm the one who don't have patience, bro. You know what
I'm
I
with you.
mean? So,
Yeah, we ain't gotta have a part 2 because it's already recorded. Whenever they put up back the replays, y'all can go listen to the replays, but that got nothing to do with me. But the
all
point is, because this is what I'm talking about right now at the moment anyway. So you
right.
you they don't want that to be out. They don't want that information to be out. So you got counterintelligence organizations all over the planet, whether they on this app, off this app, or whatever. And then our own people that are not tapped into that new logical way of thinking. So of course, like I say, hey, we can't bring this brother information out because we're gonna lose money. We can't give his information out, he gonna lose money. We can't allow him to tell the 2 plus 2 equal 4 because we're gonna lose the attention of entertaining these people. But when it gets to the point that people don't want to be entertained no more, and hey, I got to feed my babies. I can't feed my babies with a conscious community video. We need to be gathering about real things. This is why I say earlier, the master teacher, one of the main things he's saying from that video called The Isles of Patmos is that, hey, they wanted to talk about Enlil and Enki and the Anunnaki and the Draconians and all these different things that got nothing to do with helping us get to our liberation and to the next part of this movement. But this right here, your thinking pattern and us actually facilitating an economy, creating a capital markets for ourselves, a real sound system for ourselves, hey, that does matter. That does matter. We're not gonna be in here arguing and hooting and hollering and carrying on and debating, and because only two stupid people debate. We here to probate. We here to benefit off of this back and forthness. Even if y'all do go back and forth, don't care. Somebody gonna learn from it. We gonna probate from it, not debate, and nothing of value come out of it. Just two stupid people arguing with arguments and cons and pros of what each other is saying. That ain't what we here for. We here to get down to that sarat, that narrow path. So, hey, if you don't get it and you caught up for the purpose of somebody's counterintelligence, and you don't know not the etymology, but the ontology of where that thinking comes from, that's on you. That got nothing to do with us here. But what does has to do with you is, are you listening? Are you taking a calling? They not gonna take heed to this new logical form of thinking. You got your own ancient doctrine that they don't want you to know about. You got your own ancient doctrine that they don't want you to take claim of, to actually utilize and create professions. Even the prophet said we got to create quality companies. I don't care if you're doing consulting. I don't care if you're doing dentist work. I don't care whatever it is that you're doing. It needs to be of quality service. So here comes the master teacher bringing quality service that put a smacking on the different groups at the time. You had others before the master teacher that was trying to cause, us to come together. The prophet had to go through the same thing. Just a couple weeks ago, we hearing somebody say, well, the prophet wasn't famous as Marcus Garvey. Brother, the prophet and Marcus Garvey was not at the bats with each other. They was working on the same divine mission. Just one side, and one was working on another side of the mission. Just because you work on engineering and building plants, that don't make me no different, and I'm no different than you because I'm working on the finance side. But we all need to be working toward the same end goal, and that's small towns and cities for ourselves that we control ourselves and being self-sustainable. We don't have to argue about are we Moors, are we Hebrews, and all we did. We all that in a bag of chips, and then some more. We all that in the bag of chips and then some more. If you want to argue about what you
And
this and you
then
that,
some.
you get what I'm talking about? Go to where they entertain that at. This ain't the point. This ain't the place for entertainment. This is a temple. You can go in, entertain yourself somewhere else and be around people that do not hear the calling, that do not hear the divine work at hand. Because all that's going through history is to get us to a certain point, to remember a certain thing that we got to be doing at a certain time. So, hey, first thing first, should we be buying gold as it was asked? Yeah, we read that in the book of Revelations in El's Holy Injiyl, which we didn't get a chance to get into tonight, but if we can, we will. El's Injiyl, and It's been stated, hey, y'all should buy gold. At the same time, y'all will inherit a certain name. We know and should be aware of the counterintelligences at this point. This is why I say we got to start using our new logical way of thinking. That means not listening to the mind, the ramblings of the mind, but the divine will and thought of the heart. You want to use your skull cap, of course, but that divine will that tell you to bring your butt here to temple so you can tap into this mental reservoir, it got nothing to do with us. This natural philosophy got nothing to do with us. That name was here, those terms were here, that tone was here before we even got here. Dang near millions of years. Do re mi fa la sol been here before we got here. So when it come now to you tapping into the frequency and the the vibration at hand, that's solely on you at this point. Because like I say, we that little remnant here, and we gather here to discuss these things. But yeah, we need to be investing. Yeah, we need to be creating jobs for ourselves. Yeah, you're gonna have to go through what they call long suffering. Yeah, your calling is different. So where do you see yourself with your 5-year plan? Because the next 5 years that we got in place for the 5 to 6 years that we just had that just passed, we ready to take off financially, economically, build infrastructures, and we could scale faster than our competitors, so-called competitors, economically. But that comes from doing 5 years worth of work, 5 years worth of preparation, development. We're prepped to connect with any body from any background, non-biased, work with them. We have a portfolio of doing this and help them scale. We know the direction of where the finances is going. We know the direction of where the technology is going. There's nothing new under the sun. And you given a divine plan of the ages, like I said, that came from a certain place. So this got nothing to do with us. This got solely to do with each and every individual that take heeds and listen. We gonna constantly steady be here doing the work, whether it's bit by bit, piece by piece, big jump, little jump, either way it go. And in actuality, the work that me and Kaba did over the past 5 years, me and Dr. Kaba, that's in the audience, y'all can go look up our work. Go pay pay for your Duns and Brad research and see how much we 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 turned the value over for our companies in different parts of our movement without even having that much infrastructure for them. We built companies that's worth millions of dollars in the past 5 years. That's documented. That work is documented. Beside the YouTube videos, why they doing YouTube videos and being popular on YouTube and this, that, and the third, we learning how to build $1 million companies. So when we start building economies of scale, hey, boom. Well, how y'all grow so fast? Because we took the time to learn how to scale a company. whether that company makes money or not, whether that company is solvent or not. What's the next step? Get your butt into real estate. Get your butt into investments. Like Noble Jonathan said, he's learning how to trade.
Facts. Whoever ready to learn, holla at your boy.
We're not worried about somebody blowing up the planet. We're not worried about Illuminati taking over the world. We're not worried about if Klaus Schwab's and they World Economic Forum plan is gonna work. We're not worried about these things. Why? Because we have our own economic plan. We got our own economic philosophy. We got our own schools for economic, teaching our people to learn economics. You got your own school that you can develop in school districts or whatever you want to create in your local area. Develop it. You scared to do it by yourself? Bring your butt here. Start bringing other people here. Start networking. There's too many positive places on this app, off this app. Too many places and spaces that you can be networking in a powerful manner to change all of that. But look, I got y'all here over time. I don't want to hold y'all here over extra time. I do still want to get to, let's see what the readings from El's Holy Qur'an is gonna render us tonight. And since we over time, I'm only gonna read one little chapter and then jump into the actual holy instructions. But just be aware to get involved with the Moorish Science Temple of America and proclaim your nationality, change your political status. It's simple. Not all this paperwork, status change, correction crap. I wish we had time to go into that when everybody was here. But that's the point. First, stand on your royal nobility, become a member, become involved into the political jurisdiction, your own political jurisdiction. Get involved. Proclaim your nationality as a royal. Stop sitting on the outside of what we're doing and come get involved. Come out of her. Simple and plain. Come out of her. Come get involved. Come do the work. Yeah, does it require focus? Focus. Yeah, it does. Focus. It's gonna require some concentration power. So instead of arguing about Enki and Enlil, how about you become the next Enki or Enlil? How about you learn to use the concentration power, the mental power of the Enlil power or the Enki power, who became a master of the earth? How do you become a master? You come and learn how to chisel yourself out and learn these degrees. You got people that are in the temple or adepts of the temple, but don't want to become masters of or adepts of a trade, adepts of a skill. That's all it was. Simple. Enki, he mastered how to work earth element. Simple. And live. Sky element. Simple. So let's get into this. I think we stopped at chapter 15 last week. So we're gonna jump right into, now I know we read 12, 13, 14, and 15. So yeah, we're gonna read from chapter 15, y'all. We're gonna close on out with that for the night. Because I didn't know that was gonna take that, that part into the sermon or the lecture for the night. But like I said earlier in the opening, whoever want to come in and speak, I'm gonna open up the floor so we can have the speakers before we start the holy day. And whoever want to speak, y'all get y'all 15 minutes, come in, and we invite y'all to add portion. We're gonna be putting these recordings on YouTube. I'm not sure if Clubhouse is when they're gonna make it available, because I know right now, at least on my end, I cannot see none of the recordings here on the platform. But this will be on YouTube, so y'all can go back and listen to the knowledge that's been transmitted tonight and get into that. But as y'all know, we begin our prayers and thinking by using the name of the source, Allah the Rahman, who is the most merciful. So we're gonna jump into chapter 15, called Al-Qatar, the utmost, which is chapter 15 of the El's Holy Quran. and they changed it to chapter 108 in the mistranslation. And the commentary starts out with the Elohim gave Muhammad al-Qatar. Muhammad is told to send salutations as worship his Arab. The bitter and evil ones who hate Muhammad will be Abdar. So the ayats read, surely we not he, the Elohim Anunnaki, have given unto you, Ahmad, the Qatar, utmost. So send salutations as worship to your Rab, sustainer or master, and perform blood sacrifices. Certainly, the bitter and evil ones who hate you, Muhammad, will not have any future, for they are Abtar, which means cut off. Surah Allahu El Azim. And that's the end of chapter 15, which is a real short chapter. I wanted to read chapter 15, 16, and 17 because they are real short chapters, but we can start off with that next week. But simple and plain, as the message is saying tonight, you were sent the utmost, and you're gonna have to make blood sacrifices, Muhammad, which means some people gonna be dying around you. And simple and plain, not the old school Torah blood sacrifices, but actual real life sacrifices. People gonna have to give their lives, and this is what happened during the time of Prophet Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin. And in reflection today, you're gonna be putting your life on the line for the divine work at hand. This ain't gonna be no, like I said, this ain't no, no fluffy rainbows and flowers. Islam is about peace, but it means the submission to peace, the way of peace that leads you to al-din Allahi, which means the way to Allah, or the way of Allah, I'm sorry. So learning the ways of peace leads you to learning the ways of Allah. So Islam and being a Muslim, and Salim, one of peace, meaning you have mastered being on the realm of Nasut. You're mastered being a human to become a human, to learn to enter the school of El Lahut, which is the school of Allah. So right now, a lot of people are not even mastering the school of the human, and it's time for you to graduate. This is what the replenishing is about. This is why things were set up the way they were set up, and the best way to get this done is to start taking action. I don't care what part of the movement, divine movement, you're a part of. It's gonna take a whole district, a global district of people to get this work done.
And to add, when you mention, the thing about being a human again is being humane, a humane being. You know what I'm saying? And not the savage or subhuman. You know what I mean?
Right.
We already had to teach the subhumans when we read in the story of Prophet Abraham, alayhi salatu wasalam, and him civilizing, or what they refer to religiously as cleansing the lepers. Having to tame these and civilize and teach these peoples, or these beings, how to be humane beings, and then give them an ethics of cultural practice referred to as religion. Give them a practice. You have the deity of the Canaanites, where they refer to El, right? So we gave them a belief system as spirituality to practice, to aid in curbing that animal man behavior, that Cro-Magnon man behavior, that caveman behavior. You know what I'm saying? Huh? Say it again.
The ass of a man, as the master teacher would say.
Word. So, yeah, definitely Definitely had to do that.
So, like the perspective the doc just gave, that's basically simple and plain how we should understand religion and culture. Is that you are the Anunnaki, you are the Elohim, you are the Allahumma, you are the gods and deities that came down on that mother plane. Put yourself in a position of the deity, and that's the split that is happening between the mental and the mental battle between us. We're putting ourselves in position as the innocyte. Now, you may have that innocyte part of your body and DNA structure, but at the same time, you have to remember that we, as those Elohim, we came down giving religion with a true intent versus what is meant to be understood by the conscious community or different other theosophical perspectives that really more so-called spiritual perspectives, that religion was a way to control people. It became a way to control people. It initially did not start out that way, and you had beings that were not made in the image and after the likeness of the true light that utilized it as a tool of mind control, as an ancient tool of ancient mind control. But initially, understanding culture in general and the disciplines, and that Jacob's ladder that me and Jonathan talked about last week, that is simply so you understand the degrees and the threshold of thinking, the vow, understanding that divine pressure, that atmospheric pressure that's coming through the atmosphere. And now you have another layer of spirit that's being developed that is causing us to sync up with one another and think together, not in a hive-minded, lower vibrational hive mind, animalistic thinking, but more in a spherical, cyclic, circular, spiritual way of thinking that is connected. Get past the animal thinking, the tribalisms, and all those things, and you can transcend. But for those that don't, you will be walking yourself into that which you are afraid of. And this is what, mastering those cycles of life and death is about. So I want to go ahead and appreciate everybody for the contributions that they made. I wish Noble Simone was still here. I know she had to probably run. And the others that came and participated with us here tonight. But I at least want to leave this for those that's going to be listening to the replays and the recordings. The temple is nothing to do, well, proclaiming your political jurisdiction and status correction and changing your status, claiming your nationality. That has nothing to do with all of this paperwork things that people are getting twisted up in, got you becoming a jurist and you don't know nothing about law, and that's probably not even what you feel that your divine purpose is. All these things, and it's just as simple as proclaiming your nationality, getting involved, and participating in the ancient and divine rights of the Moorish people. And that's taking that serious. It's just that simple. It don't matter what I'm doing, I'm gonna make sure that we got the temple going. I don't care if I'm on an airplane or wherever we at. We gonna make sure that temple is being conducted. That's what being faithful is about, as the prophet mentioned. So every week, every Saturday, the master teacher was there. Every Friday, the master teacher was doing question and answer. Same thing that we got open to do question and answer for our people. And we make sure that we keep this thing running, and we're doing the works that need to be done to develop our royal court, our royal administration, and keep the royal audience understanding this is the purpose for why you came here. Not, to hear people go back and forth in debates and try to prove any scholar here in America wrong, any scholar that came across the world wrong. We don't even care about all of the bad things that a lot of good people have got into, and their mistakes, and all those things. We're not here to tear them down. We're here to revere and honor the good things that they contributed. One of the brothers that I shared some of his philosophical lectures and sermons on our YouTube is Alan Watt. And you had somebody come and say, well, hey, don't you know that he was a drunkard? Yeah, of course. But that's not why I'm sharing this intelligence that he spread through the teachings of the Tao. These teachings that even you yourself agree with. Because regardless of how drunkard he may have been, he understood perfectly the teachings of the Tao, or the Tao, the Buddhaic teachings. So I'm going to honor him and revere him. And no matter what shade of the garden he come from, because he taught this portion of right knowledge, right wisdom for the right understanding. So there you go. So it don't matter. We're not here to cause contention between our people, but we don't got time to, get involved in people's political, bullcrap and debates and distractions, deviations. They got a pact with deviation, which we know is just a scientific way for saying the devil. And want to give another shout out to Jonathan about this earlier, because the Greek language, if you really study it, is based on symbols and formulas of power and science. It's not just letters of a script. If you really study that Greek language, those are actual symbols of alchemy and other things. So just like Hebrew and the Semitic languages in these runes, all of them are based on some type of form of science in that particular day and time. And Greek, as I mentioned earlier, that comes from the Etruscans and Ionians, is one of the languages that you want to definitely in this day and time get amalgamated with and get yourself familiar with, because them symbols are scientific symbols, and it's going to have your thinking on a whole nother level when you start to really get into things of deeper sciences and get yourself off of this this curtail of the basic information that they're passing to our people, that they claim to be conscious community information, knowledge, and whatever else, and start to study the script, because you'll know all these things that are coming to pass. Is nothing new under the sun, and a lot of these things you should already be prepared for, whether it's major deaths and disagreements that happen, climate changes, economic climate changes, all these things we should be greatly prepared for. And y'all have access to that information, and we give it out to our people, especially with Doc being into the markets. I'm into the markets, and just others in their skill sets that they have and that they bring to the table. So with that, I'm gonna jump into, like I was saying, these holy instructions for the night, because I want to make sure we get out of here at a decent time. I won't be here too late. We went over just the civics. We went over that. We went over our civic virtues, the cultivation of our habits, and how we engage with one another. We definitely went over that, because I didn't want to have Dr. Idris go Raphael pull out the flute, and blow somebody out the room. Though,
Hey, once I seen it show up, I was like, hold up, man. I know. I was like, hold up, who is this? Then I
but
saw it, I was like, oh no, we not having that. We not.
But that's the trumpet that need to be blown. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Yeah,
energy. Because
yeah.
if what I started began in the sixth pillar, then that protection, that level of divine protection is the next, wave of things. How we protect ourselves, protect our movement and the work that's being done. Um, like I said earlier, the master teacher gave himself up. You know, that was a self-sacrifice, because he could have just, Scott shunk and left, but he's trying to set an example for all of us that are, having the ability to hear, to pay attention to, that it ain't no just one man for himself. And if we continue to just let our people be sacrificed, gunned down in the street and these things, and not teach them the knowledge on when, where, and how, when to be where and how to be, whoop de whoop, and avoid getting yourself caught up and being at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, because it's one thing to just protect somebody, but one thing to give them that spiritual protection and make them aware of their own spiritual protection that they have to stay your butt. You ain't supposed to be around them. You wouldn't be caught up in what you caught up if you wasn't, dealing and dabbling with that. Or like Doc did just earlier, address the crap when it come around, because it wouldn't be happening 30 years later. And let's take care of this business right here legally, lawfully, before 30 years later we dealing with a conspiracy that get out of hand. Understood? Islam.
Islam.
So if y'all done heard, that's why I don't mind slapping the lean on anybody that come and supposed to be an administrator and supposed to be doing work. I don't care. The prophets say hit they butt with a strict restriction, which is a lean. So they want to come later on talking this and that and the third. This is why we document. Oh wow, what was that? I don't know if that was thunder or like a lightning bolt.
Oh no,
I
my
hear
bad.
y'all.
My mic's still off. You hear me in here sizzling? You know I'm still in the
No,
cold
no,
where I'm
it's
at.
raining. No, no, not you, Noble. It's over here.
Oh,
Cobb probably see what I'm talking about, but it's raining over here.
okay, yeah. I'm
Thunderstorming and
like,
things. This
uh,
ain't that wasn't no regular. Yeah, that wasn't no regular lightning, my brother. It looked like a vein, like I don't know what that was, but it wasn't regular degular. I tell you that for sure. It definitely not looking regular degular. So we gonna address these things before they happen, before they come out, and ain't gonna be no 30 years later we dealing with a conspiracy theory that get beyond
no,
our control. Um,
no.
this is why we building slowly but surely for surely, and addressing how we engage with each other. So I just wanted to acknowledge that when it comes to our civic engagement and how we engage with one another.
Yeah.
All right, so as y'all know, Friday is the holy day. Oh, you who know, when the call is proclaimed to supplication on Friday, the day of assembly, hasten earnestly to the remembrance of the Heavenly Father and Divine Mother, and leave off business and traffic. That is best for you if you but knew. And when prayer is finished, then may ye disperse through the land and seek the bounty of God and celebrate the praises of God of 10 and without stint, that ye may prosper. All chaplaincy temple services and meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7. And love, true peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is our holy day for all Muslims and peacemakers all over the world. This is according to Act 2 of the Divine Constitution and Bylaws by the Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, which states all temples and subordinate temples are to conduct holy day service every Friday, starting promptly at their respective time and ending promptly at their respective time. All civilians, patrons, denizens, prospects, and ministers are expected to attend the temple for a Friday holy day temple service and meeting. On Fridays, the Moorish American, Moorish Asian, and Moorish African Muslims and peacemakers all come together to supplicate and to illustrate that which Allah has blessed them with. The temple services are open according to divine love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. At no time will templates, adepts, ministers, patrons, or outside congregational guests be allowed to disrupt the holy day service, nor will civilians be admitted under the influence of alcohol or any severe intoxicant. All templates, adepts, and civilians attending the holy day service must have their heads covered with either a turban, fez, or kufi, or spiritual covering. Baseball caps should not be worn in the temple or during temple service. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is mandatory, and all Moorish nationals, templates, and temple denizens must promptly attend the temple service and send their children to the Sunday school gathering. The teacher must conform himself and herself to the temple 101 questionnaire, and let every civilian man, woman, and child exercise his or her 5 senses who is able to do so, because from out your Sunday school comes the guiders of the nation, and now the entire global village. According to Act 5 of the additional laws by the Prophet Noble Ali, every subordinate temple should have 2 Sunday school gatherings held. The first meeting should be held 1 to 2 hours before the adult service. Children's Sunday school should be conducted by a director of the Children's Sunday School and programs. The Sunday school gathering is designed to assist the temple in learning the Temple 101 questionnaires and developing an understanding of just what these holy keys mean and how they ought to be applied to our everyday lives. The divine constitution and bylaws, along with the Moorish prayer, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'aan, and the civics editions or lessons of the Holy Temple of Moorish Science are also subjects of major concern for the apprentice, who is trying to complete his or her mandatory requirements for pronouncing their temple civilianship and global nationality. All lessons for the adult Sunday school gathering must be prepared by a Grand Sheik, a divine minister, or an assistant Grand Sheik. Lessons called by us novites editions may be submitted to the apprentice for completion and returned to the temple. Once the lessons are completed and graded, they must be placed in the active members' temple district file. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is a wonderful opportunity to study the liturgy teachings of the prophet. No civilian is to become disruptive during the Sunday meeting. All templars must bring paper and pen to the temple service and meeting, along with the basic temple literature and assignments. No templars or patrons to eat food or other snacks during the temple service or meeting, but water is permitted. All templars must attend their Sunday temple service and meeting as diligently as they attend their holy day temple service and meeting. Both were called out for by the Prophet Noble Ali and is required as a matter of temple law. According to the Divine Constitution, Act 7 in part, all templars must promptly attend their temple services and meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and now also the Moorish Science Temple of Africa and Moorish Science Temple of Asia, and in joining world islands on behalf of all indigenous peoples. For membership, any heads of temple of all temple jurisdictions are not to charge for naturalization or to overcharge for cards, buttons, or anything issued by and through the prophet. Those who contribute to any of the proceedings are not Moors, civilians, or patrons, but robbers. Temple nationality and membership in the Holy Temple's vast estate, or what we call a public beneficiary trust, sisters and brothers, kin and kinfolk, is free, not only here, but all over the world. All kin and kinfolk desiring to become a civilian of a subordinate temples must follow these instructions from the temple secretary and acquire the application for naturalization found on our temple website that was posted at the top of the room just earlier. The secretary of the temple's jurisdiction will help all newcomers by explaining the naturalization affidavit and application for membership in the temple's vast estate or public beneficiary trust to the new prospective civilians of the temple's vast estate or public beneficiary trust, and arranging for him or her to be consulted by the royal council of said temple or subordinate temple. The royal chairman or woman will set the date for the new temple prospect to be interviewed by the royal council. The new temple court civilian, upon completion of the royal council's consultation at the newcomers Sunday school gathering on Sunday, the new templars will proclaim their temple nationality at the next upcoming holy day temple gathering. After the new civilian prospect proclaims his or her nationality, they will be given the mandatory requirements necessary to earn their free national name and royal title of nobility as a true American royal. These requirements are as follows, and in accordance with Chapter 47 of the Moorish Circle 7 Holy Qur'aan, called Egypt, the capital dominion of the Empire of Africa, Chapter 25 of the Moorish Qur'aan, called the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, the Moorish Prayer, including the 101 Qur'an questions for Moorish Americans, Asians, and Africans, the Divine Constitution and bylaws, the additional laws and the precepts, statutes, and ordinances from El's Holy Torah, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'an, the Holy Tabernacle Family Guide, and also the Holy Tablets through our Civics 101 course in the Global Interdependent School District and Sacred Halls of Learning, which is called New University by us of the Holy Temples of Moorish Science, for everyone of the global village. Once a new civilian or template has learned these additions or lessons verbatim, or to the best of their ability, he or she will be interviewed by the temple's royal council as the chaplaincy to determine if the new civilian is qualified to represent himself or herself as a faithful Moorish American. Moorish African, and Moorish Asian Muslim, or any indigenous peacemaker, and communicate it to the ignorant for their instructions, and communicate it to the wise for thine own improvement. Once the new civilian or template has cleared the mandatory requirements with the Royal Council, he or she will be naturalized by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister of said subordinate temple. So if you're catching that, clip it, pass it along. That's how simple it is for someone to come in, proclaim their nationality. The prophet put a flag on a young boy and a young girl, the American flag and the Moorish flag, and use that to signify the establishing then of us proclaiming our nationality. And I'm gonna get that rhetoric so we can start implementing that rhetoric here in the temple as well, because we do need to know the communication for the opening and the closing for our temple, and making sure that we communicate to our people that the prophet mentioned that we will be getting duly compensated duly compensated for the things that we had to endure. So with that, I want to bring the point of the proclamation of nationality, which is the procedure that you'll go through when you proclaim your nationality, and following those instructions, which doesn't require any, grabbing the long form of your birth certificate and authenticating it and doing a UCC and all these things. Simply get yourself on record with a temple that is on the county records, and that is a part of that acknowledgement of the Senate resolution in Texas for the Moors, HR 0689, and the HR resolution 1203 in Georgia. It's time that we step up, or we're gonna continue to have other people determine, and others within the movement set bad examples, because this Southern Poverty Center movement has the Moorish people classified as a sovereign citizen group. That's link that's kind of leaking throughout other spaces, like National Geographic stating that what the Moors is not this, that, and the third, when we know that the ancient literature that you can really reference states that the Moorish people are melanated, dark-skinned people, and they do not want you to acknowledge that, and only acknowledge the fact that the word Moor was something universal, when actuality it means dark-skinned people. Even still to this day in Spanish, it means a dark-skinned person. So let's get into this proclamation of nationality, which is the procedure and pronunciation of one's nationality, which will be held on Holy Day for all civilians, denizens, templars, peacemakers, or Muslims all over the world. During the ceremony, the new civilian or templars will be ordained an El, Bey, or Day, and given his or her royal peerage title of kin, honorable, lady, noble, nin, naya, prince, or princess by a grand sheik and or divine minister, and also receive his or her nationality card and button from the divine minister of the Grand Major Temple. Upon conclusion of the nationality proclamation, the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister will have the civilian, templars, and temple prospect stand while he or she reads the authority of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It is by virtue of the Religious Corporation Act document that can be found in Herod's revised statutes that gives the Moorish Science Temple of America, Asia, and Africa the authority to restore the nationality and birthrights of the lost Asiatics of America, Asia, and Africa, and all world islands, and give them the title to their vast estate and their heritage. The Grand Sheik and or Divine Minister is to read from the card and have the new national state, Allah is God, and Noble Drew Ali the Prophet. And I am Moorish American, African, or Asian, and or world islander. This is our Moorish clarification of faith or Shahada and our national pledge of allegiance. The new national or templates free national names should then be added to the Temple's Book of Life as they enroll in the Civics 101 course and our complimentary World Civics Club. The nationality ceremony should be conducted by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister or any other Divine Minister so designated by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister in his or her time of absence, and most notably by the Assistant Grand Sheik and Divine Minister. The nationality card and naturalization application must be signed bearing the name and title of the Grand Sheik and the Grand Sheik or Divine Minister who issued the application and card and the date of its issuance. The Religious Corporation Act has deemed the Global Interdependent School District and the Incorporated and Chartered Moorish Science Temple of America, Africa, and Asia as a religious trust and theocratic government established in 1928 on August 20th. This religious trust is the true global trusteeship system for the Holy Family of Nations, forming the global nucleus. So just had to make sure we get that in, y'all. Anybody got any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you, Noble Sade. Give honors to everyone that came through tonight and that are here. But keep it simple with our people, man, because they lost in the sauce when it comes to proclaiming their nationality and understanding this stuff is not all that complex. And proclaiming your nationality is simple. And before you want to get to that paper, because everybody want to have a trust, I need to have a trust. You must live that way. Because being a trustee is a legal and lawful and spiritual duty and religious duty. Because if we're the caretakers, that means we trustees. If we caretakers, that means we the stewards. If we stewards, that means we trustees. And this is why economically we falling off the map, because we're not coming together first, creating lucrative businesses, companies, and corporations, honoring the first trust between us, which is spiritual first, which is ethereal first, honoring that first trust. You got a lot of malfeasance going on out here spiritually and energetically. Malfeasance and defeasance going on out here. Dishonoring of the trust, dishonoring of your trustees and stewardship duties. Say man can't live off bread alone, but every word that proceeds from the divine, that divine spirit. So in order to get us together, we got to be setting examples of how to move as trustees, as stewards. So I'm gonna be throwing this in our noble Kennick ear. You need to go reach out to the Ray Higgins, to the from the Ray Higgins to the TD Jakes. Reach out to them from all aspects. That's right, Adoni, ecclesiastical. We dishonoring that ecclesiastical trust first with each other. That is a political jurisdiction. We have the lawful acknowledgement. It don't say no other empire. It don't say no other group of body politic of people. It don't say Nuwabians. It don't say Hebrew Israelites. It don't say none of that. HR 0689 says one temple, one prophet. From what he originally established, which was for us to acknowledge our ancient heritage as royal Moorish people, meaning the civilizers of nations, not the civilized, the civilizers of nations, the civil engineers, the Duke de Munya, the Albania, the builders of civilization, the caretakers, especially those that want to be on the royal council and operate as a minister, because that's what being a minister is about. You gotta have an administration. Minister. That's where the word administration comes from. Minister. The ministerial process, the administration process and procedure act is still based on the ministerial, acting as a minister. You want to protect your assets and all that, learn how to be a minister. A minister. And do so for your nation. All necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's simple. That's how you change your political status, because you start to, create a timestamp. You start to create a trail. Oh, that brother, he associated with such and such. He not associated with the Moors that consider themselves sovereign citizens, though we are the sovereign people. We're nationals. We're citizens. Royal Americans, true Americans. We just as American as any other American. And at this point, when you claim that political status, they can't play that game behind the veil that they like to play in the courts, in the economic world. And you still need to learn how to move in a professional and quality type of manner with structuring your business and understanding sound theories, whether that's the legal theory down to game theory, whatever it may be, understanding them from their professional standpoints. Because when you start moving like a professional and not an amateur, you get treated different. You get looked at different. People, gravitate to you differently. We went through our amateur stages. We went through our amateur stages to learn to be professionals, not to be good amateurs. There's a difference. So I want to go ahead and take us into the divine messages, get our last contributions, and then we take our butts home because it is getting late. And I didn't mean to keep y'all here this late. And I want y'all to enjoy the rest of y'all night with y'all families, which they should be in the meeting too, though. Just so y'all know. But I'm a Ruz. Let's get into this literature from the prophet, man. And before I get into extending the olive branch tonight, for those that'll be coming back listening to the replays, and those that were here in participation tonight, if we can get them to come back and listen to the replay as well, because we extending the olive branch to those that need a home, a place to call home. And we got a lot of rogue Moors out there that don't have a home. Like I said, it don't say empire this, it don't say empire that, it say temple. And you got a lot of people getting involved with these, different Moorish factions and government bodies and things like that. But that's not what has the lawful acknowledgement as a sovereign theocratic government. It's the Moorish Science Temple of America, simple and plain, one temple, one prophet. So I'm going to read the messages from the prophet to the members of the temple, and then we're going to get into the message that the prophet speaks to the nations of people. Islam, the prophet say, be faithful unto your forefathers' divine and national creed, that you will be blessed for your good deeds that you sow in the flesh. Allah is the one that judges the world, and his judgment is now on, but the weak can comprehend it not. The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, I, Noble Ali, and that's why many hearts have been turned to stone, and many have eyes to see, but cannot see, ears to hear, but cannot hear. Least they will be confounded of their sins. These are the trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind to overthrow and drag out the true foundation that has been laid, and to cause confusion in the minds of the ones that do believe. But if you have the true love of Allah and the spirit of your forefathers, you fear not what you hear or see, but will sacrifice the utmost of your very life to protect your movement and your prophet. Watch your enemies, dear Moors. Your enemies are the ones that speak against your prophet and ridicule him to the very lowest, and the ones that speak against your divine and national principles of your temple. Act accordingly, and Allah will bless you for your good work. True peace, your divine prophet, Noble Ali. So the prophet said, ridicule him to the very lowest. Not challenge the prophet, but ridicule the prophet. That's two different things. So they try to throw the beloved master teacher in that pot. They try to throw other, people in that pot. Then you got other people that do take the works of the prophet and still ridicule the prophet and say, well, we graduated from the temple and we this and we that, so they don't think they got to show up to the temple. That's that conflation of the ego. They think they done graduated from the bosom of Allah. They Allah now. The Allah. And they put themselves in association with the Luciferians, with those that think and possess the art complex mentality. So for those that take heed to the spiritual calling the knowledge that's coming out, the transmissions that's coming through. Like I said, that need a temple home, and you've been running rogue. You got a temple home here, branch temple number 24, or the Moorish Science Temple of America. And I'm sorry we didn't do too many resets today, but we were going in. But this is branch temple number 24, or the Moorish Science Temple of America. We're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may learn to love instead of hate, and link themselves with the family of nations. So I guess that'll be the only reset we're gonna do before we close out. But we got to get in the habit of doing those resets and making sure we do that. And if y'all can assist me as well, to before we go into the different segments like the Qur'an reading, our current events, which we didn't really get a chance to do either, but you know, if y'all can just look at that clock, make sure it's 15 minutes, especially when we got guest speakers on, and those that be participating from here on out to the future with the guest speakers. But you know, hey Doc, we need to reset the room real quick. Go ahead and give us a reset so we can do that reset and reintroduce the room, refurbish the room. That way people know who we are, why we gathered here. And like I say, let's create beautiful content as we continue on. But with that, I'm gonna go into the message that the prophet speaks to the nations, for those especially that need a temple home and want to be more founded, more vested in to the divine and national movement. The prophet states, if you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America and become part of this divine movement. Then you will have power to redeem your race, because you will know who you are and your forefathers were, because where there's unity, there's strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Come, good people, because I, the prophet, sent to redeem this nation from mental slavery, which you have now, need every one of you who think that your condition can be better. This is an open field to strong men and women to uplift the nation and take your place in the affairs of men. If the Europeans and other nations are helping me, why not you? It is your problem. The Negro problem is being solved only as it can, and that is by the Moorish divine national movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by this nation as an American citizen. This is what was meant when it said, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you by the prophet. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the link at the top of the room, and we're gonna get into the rest of these mandatory messages from the prophet for tonight. We're gonna close it out with last contributions and a prayer. I appreciate y'all. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all are here with me, Grand Sheik, Dr. Lawiy. And like the Dr. Idris mentioned earlier, those three words, law, heart, and trust, or truth, we touched on the truth. We touched on the matters of the heart, because all of that pertains to how you interpret the divine law. Because as our same point I mentioned last week, don't forget the grace, because that is coming from the heart. But don't forget the divine law. But those laws, of all those laws that we know about and have, from the aerodynamics of pressure, this, that, and the third, the law of gravity, yada yada yada, it does not trump the basics and simplicity of the law of the divine love, the law of self and kind. So I'm gonna change the link at the top of the room, and we're gonna get into these last mandatory messages and contributions.
Pardon
as I was saying, go ahead, Noble Jonathan. Islam.
True peace, yeah. Zigzag ziggurat. That's the word that's been going over in my mind this whole evening. And I was just thinking about the whole Jacob, that ladder, and then looking at the end, the noose, and this, the temple meetings and gathering, every 7 days is that locking into it. And I used to be a swimmer, and I don't know if you know about swimming, but if you swim and you take your breath, you can take 2 strokes and you can take a breath. But if you get into that two-stroke nature, you're going to be taking a breath to one side the whole time. And after a while, you're actually messing your pace up. You're really not gaining a sense of patterns that solidifies an actual technique that gives you that flow that you want. You know what I mean? You want to get that speed and that endurance. And so, you know, just something to think about. If you want to look up the word zigzag ziggurat, if they don't know what that is, I'm still, you know, learning and participating and tapping in, tuning in. And, you know, with the technologies and the binary communications, you know, underneath the surface of things, you know, sometimes it could be like there's too much going on, and finding that path of the journey is, I think, what we're magnetizing for. True peace.
True peace. I'm glad you added that, because that's actually one of the names for Enki, right, Doc? And the zigzag, that's one of the names for Enki, and that also means 666. Zion, 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 Azah, Zah, Zah.
Right.
Wah, wah, wah.
Carmen.
Right, carbon, carbon, carbon. So that's what I meant earlier about being stuck in the animal logic. You just kind of, you know, brought it home with that swimming principle. Definitely brought it home with that swimming principle, because yeah, there used to be melanated, you know, humanoid Drake, you know, reptilians in the seas of the earth. So yeah, definitely when you step into, you know, understanding that you can create a higher, you know, pattern, not a higher, but a more transcendental pattern to help your flow, and not be locked into, like you said, the two stroke breathing pattern, which end up having you breathing
Yeah.
to the same side. Yeah, there's definitely ways to you know, tap into the breath practices, in which we've been getting in here tonight. I wanted to shout out the brother that came into the room. That was a doctor. That his profile, his
Oh,
bio
Dr.
was saying that.
Gabriel.
Yeah, I think his profile was saying that he was into prana and chi. So, you know,
Yeah.
this is one of the things that we are heavily into here. I do that every morning. I've been getting back on it real heavy lately.
Oh yeah.
So,
And I am a certified Yang style Tai Chi instructor myself, and Qigong.
so those things, right, Noble Jonathan, is real prevalent here. So yeah, we are aware of it. You know, those that might not be aware of it, you kind of brought it to the surface, which I'm glad you did that too. Um, you know, like everything you've been bringing to the table, just, you know, it shows like that you tapping in, and you getting the messages, because it's a flow. Everybody's gonna hear, you know, what they catch, that they need to, you know, catch, and that's a part of their testimony. That's a part of their contribution here, as we create this content to leave on, to leave out there for people that'll be coming in the future. Because by the time they start to come in, we'll probably be on something, and, you know, gravitating toward higher perspectives of knowledge, especially us on the Royal Council. And, you know, who's to say whatever next app gravitates from this? But, you know, as I mentioned, we'll be here on this app, on this platform, because the social audio networking structure, the way it's structured, and, you know, what we'll be able to do with it, and it fits perfectly for how we should be running the temple virtually. A lot of people use Zoom and other platforms, and we can get into the Zooms and other things, but this is something that's like real catchy, real smooth. All it takes is a real press, you know, one press of a button. I mean, and you don't really have to, do no phone calls or anything like that. You know, you pop open a room, and then people that are in that clubhouse, or in that organization or community, they just fall right on in, and you really have more people here gathered here than you do on the Zooms. A lot of the times I witnessed one time like a room full of 1,200 people on the app, and sometimes it's been like 15,000 people. To do those type of things on Zoom, you got to pay for that. So this is a real great opportunity for us to develop. And like I say, like I said earlier, we are a remnant. So even though we don't have the 15,000, 1,200 people, that's not really something that we too much
Nah,
concern ourselves with, because this
nah, cause
message is
like
for
you,
the remnant. Yeah,
yeah.
this message is only for the remnant of people that does catch it.
Well, then, like you said earlier, which triggered the instruction I received in 2010. You know, we not making ourselves an obvious target in the sense that it's here for everyone, but it's not for everyone. You know, it's only for those who make the resonance of alignment. You know what I mean? Who find home when they come in these tents. You feel me? And so that reminded me of when that instruction came in 2010 when he said, "Hey man, I need you to do this underground, man." And I'm like, man, wow, like what for? Now living in these times, 13 years after that message was downloaded, now I see. You know what I mean? It ain't saying that niggas is punks. I'm far from that, homie. But you know, we smart, we're intelligent, you know what I mean? And you know,
Right.
it ain't about showing our head like this is what we do and we rocking. I call that dry snitching. You know what I mean? We don't dry snitch on to the enemy. Yo, this is what we do and how we do it. We do. No, man. You know what I'm saying? We're moving behind the veil. You know what I'm saying? And that's where, you know, those who have the inner garment of the light and not the outer garment of the clothes of the material. You know what I'm saying? It's the inner garment. They'll see your light before they see you with some clothes on me. I mean,
That's right. We ain't
so
definitely not here to play dress up. You already know.
nah,
I already know. So
nah.
let's get into this last mandatory meeting, then we can do some final contributions and then close us out with the prayer. Because, like I said, I want to let everybody get back to their families. So this is a warning from the prophet to all Muslims and peacemakers that's to be read in every temple service. The prophets say, I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your card at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet therefore is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. True peace, Noble Drew Ali. So I just want to point out one thing before I go into this last mandatory message from the prophet, or warning per se, is that we are here for peace and not destruction. The prophet say, stop all the radical speeches. Stop all the radical speeches. Because then this next generation wouldn't have to go to the Southern Poverty Center as we've been planning to do and deal with them in a professional and integrable manner. Because the prophet says, stop flashing your card in Europeans' faces. It causes confusion. So stop going out there flashing paperwork, terrorism, the whole nine. Is causing confusion.
Facts.
The status correction, bullcrap, and all these things. If you're going to learn how to do financial things in business, set up a company and a business and a legal entity to handle just that specific thing. All of the other radical stuff, as I've been mentioning, got to come to a halt. And like I said, y'all need to be out there blowing the trumpet live in 5. Hey, that ain't how you change a political status. You wanna know how simple it is? Such and such. Boom. Let me show you. Boom. All that stuff they talking about, you throw it in the trash. Throw it in. Throw it to the pigs.
Okay, so you change your status. So you say, oh, I have a nationality now per se. What nation? And then, like you say, do you have a GDP? Do you have a currency? Do you have an economy? Do you have a governmental body in which you conduct? What is your industry? You know what I mean? Like,
Islam.
if you're changing the status is just so you can feel excluded from America and included somewhere else, I mean, you can just go move on a plot of land somewhere and be, de facto from the government or, off the grid. You know what I'm saying? But
Islam.
all of that crap is been misconstrued as a fad. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even no
Islam.
real honor in the process of status changing. Because then what are you doing after that? Are you still trying to deal and operate with commerce within the using the system of which you supposedly change your status from? Because
Islam.
status just ain't, you don't change your status and be like, oh, look, I'm new nigga now. I got paperwork. But
There you go.
you still, you still with the niggas. You still rocking with them. Using they is you still them. Only thing now your paperwork looking different. So all you did was change your clothes, but at heart you still with them niggas. Because when you change in status, I mean, let us wait. Let me go to this situation, right? We like to deal with words. Again, he was talking earlier about language, and he was talking earlier of mentioning about the language of law. You know what I mean? And the significance of that, knowledge, status. That's what I was going to go to. According to the American Heritage Definitionary, uh, 4th edition, page 1351, status. Position relative to that of others or standing. High standing. Your prestige. In law, it says the legal character or condition of a person or thing. So you may have changed your quote legal character as paperwork, but if your condition of person is still operating in the afore system of which you are supposedly changing from, then what did you really change? You know what I mean? What work was you really doing with that act?
There you go.
You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
So yeah, you not
That
only
goes
going
to
to change your legal character, but also your condition of person. And it deals with a high standing in regards of prestige. You need to be reminded of that.
there you go. There you go.
Prestige, right here. Prestige. The level of respect at which one is regarded by others. So then, let us ask ourselves then, are more of these people unknowingly or unconsciously, unawareingly, with their status correction change, are they feeding their ego on the outside, right?
There we go.
Because as we read the Prestige, it says the level of respect at which one is regarded by others. So now your status is corrected. Your legal character on paper says, oh, I'm new person now. I'm on this level now. You feel me? You can't touch me, tax me, whoop-de whoop. And it's like, okay, I
Islam.
see it on paper. You know what I'm saying? But are you feeding your ego? What does it say here? A person's high standing among others, honor and esteem. Now, this is where it's really about to punch us in the DNA and say right here, etymologically, in this heritage definitionary, Prestige, it says a position of prestige. It said before. Let me read number 3 right quick, the last one. Then I'm gonna hit the etymological, and it's gonna pop us all with it. So number 3, widely recognized prominence, distinction, or importance. Right. So you see it being advertised on social media platforms as the new thing now. Is status correction. You know what I mean? What's that bullshit? Forgive me. What is that? Secured party creditor. Yeah, that's the new hook right there. You know what I mean? Secured party creditor, changing your status, and then it's being blasted upon social media to what you want to say, to reel in all of the dumb, deaf, and blind who haven't done their due diligence of work to know. So, what does that all lead to? Well, in French, prestige is defined as illusion, from the Latin word prestigia, meaning tricks. Remember that? Tricks are for kids. Trick or treat, yeah. Probably, it says probably an alteration of prestigia, meaning to touch, blunt, or what does it say? Blind, my brothers and sisters. And then, of course, prestige is a compound word with the prefix pre, meaning beforehand. And then stringere, meaning to draw tight. So what are they doing with all of that crap? They're blinding you. They're feeding you illusions and technology, right? They're blinding, right? They're aforetime prestige pre, right? They're aforetime drawing tight, right? Like a trap, like a string. So all of that shit, excuse me, pardon me, my chairman gets excited. But all of that crap is deceiving people, because they're people who are just hungry to be a part of something, right? That's the tribal essence about it. We want to be a part. And then not only that, it's, you know, we've been the most attacked at the top of the gene pool, that, you know, other people are, you know, the help and what's the word? Redemption, or, you know, these other, from the Indians to all these other mugs is getting it, but us, not us though. You feel me? So we're the ones looking for an acceptance more so than creating and restoring our aforetime estate. You feel me?
Right. That's right.
And so it is imperative that we do have our due diligence of knowing and looking these words up. Don't fall for the prestige. Don't fall for the tricks, right? Don't fall for the deceit that these mugs is trying to do in winning the hearts and minds of the people. You feel what I'm saying? Because remember, before the quote devil, right? If we just want to use these languages right quick. Before the devil was seen as white, he looked like me and you.
Islam.
You feel what I'm saying? So it could be your own ones on that same side, or your own outer simile of ones that really, you know, they really the spook in the grass, the snake in the grass. So yeah, we definitely don't want to be falling for that buffoonery, man. All of that crap. They out here, man. That shit came like a wave of a fad. Just out, it just like was an eruption that just came as a fad, where it was, you know, becoming sovereign. And then it went from sovereign to secure party creditor. Like, what? Y'all just made up some crap?
Right.
Like, man. And then, you know, it's taken the system in some regards time to catch up and get some of the ignorance of these people. Like, they're getting away with it for the time being, and it looks good because money is the magnetic attraction to magnetize people. Aside from the appearance of being free, you feel what I'm saying? You know, in that regard. But like Master just said, is free will really free? Really free? Real talk. Is free will really free? Because free will implies that I can do what the hell I want. And it's like, well, yeah, you can, but if you want to qualify for this, there's some qualifications you need to meet.
Islam, that's in the
Now you
mind
got the
scroll.
free will. Yeah, you got the free will to choose to want to rock or choose not. That free will of choice is up to you. But know that there's some requirements though if you wanna get down with our heaven and our, prophecy of reward for those who make the grade, well there's some requirements. You gonna, need to choose to want to be a part of this if you want. Because we don't deal with compulsion, you know. But
I'm
then
glad you
again,
took it there.
remember, huh?
Right. Now I'm saying I'm glad you took it there because they can be blinded by the prestige, not understanding the conditions that are at hand to really change their
Yeah,
status.
right. You feel me? They only hearing the majority, like I was. I ain't gonna front, I'm not exempt. You know what I mean? But I'm just not a fool neither. Uh, they gonna hear, sovereign. What is sovereign? Oh, I'm self-ruled. Oh, I don't have to be part of this government. Oh, I could. Yeah, okay. So when you change your status again, what nation are you re-nationalizing with? Because when you change your status, you're saying, hey, I'm no longer strawman corporate nigga of USA. I'm not under that corporation, which was never even a nation really. So, woo, man, this right here, boy, hold up. So what nation are you rocking? And then, do you know the duty of obligations for the members of whatever said nation one is re-statusing themselves to?
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't just, oh, I'm a status correction person and 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 I'm a part of this nation, but I ain't doing nothing with them or whatever. I'm just free now. I can do what I want. Oh no. That they gonna be looking for you to atone for this status correction of involvement. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this ain't no get out of jail free card, nigga. This ain't Monopoly. Yeah, man.
They become a
Like it's
refugee or stateless. That's right.
yeah, you just walking around here as a stateless being, like hey, and like I said, man, if you want to be off the grid, and I understand that, want to be off the grid and not a part of nothing, cool. But remember, not a part of nothing off the grid, meaning you not a part of it. You ain't fooling with it. You ain't, you know what I mean? Because you making up your mind to say, hey, I can do for of and by self. All right, word. Do that. You should be trying
Right.
in some regards. But, we are in this world. Because bro, I had to, man. Yeah. Whew. You gonna go into the chambers after we rock out?
That makes me
Yeah, we
think
can
of the
jump to the thing.
KYC. Excuse me.
What you said, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm curious because the KYC is kind of getting implemented in a lot of these networks, and I'm kind of wondering about the whole KYC and how people can be able to get integrated still, and if that's part of the long-term view or not dealing with that KYC. Just like
No, look, brother Jonathan.
services. Yeah.
So what your wordings, your build right now is just triggered what Brother Lawiy was mentioning earlier. There's a split happening. It's a separation going on. You know what I mean? So there's gonna be those that are gonna fall to the wayside and be a victim of not circumstance, a victim of their own ignorance, right? Because if you're not doing nothing to preparingly combat the adversity in which you don't want to partake in, per se, economically, Fed now, CBDC, shit like stuff like that, right? If you're not doing anything to combat that in your manner of being self-sustained as an individual or as a nation, people, or whatnot, if you're not, then conformity is your other option, or being, being without, because they're not going to stop their intent of systemizing and change that their reset is doing because you don't know what you want to do or you don't know how you're going to move forward. No, you're going to get left behind, fall to the wayside, a victim of ignorance type of matter. And that's the thing is, when a lot of people aren't looking at the some of the technicals of the changes that the corporate structure is making for those who are still going to be under that law and rule, or under that rule, because they don't have no laws. So under that rule, you know what I mean? And system. And they're going to just be the victims of their ignorance to have to deal with what that involves. Like you mentioned, the KYC and all that other stuff that you're going to have to do all these things to conform further into their resetting of systemized switching and crap like that. You know what I mean? Or like us, where we're, creating our own empire. We've created our own empire. We have our own, and then as a nation, we can network. We can, network with other like nation bodies, like intended bodies, and preferably other Moorish nations if there's amongst be on a same accord. Because the weak ego stuff kick in, and then there's the weak ego of, well, we're right, and it's like, man, here we go with this cycle. Come on.
And
That's
on
where
top of
I
that,
say, like, teaching.
go ahead, Jonathan.
I was just gonna say teaching, like, if, I'm still looking at blogging and getting in depth. I just like to have the right heart and space for it to give it the right type of dedication. And like me, being magnetized to this movement with the World Temple has a lot to do with the whole blogging and looking at the boxes being the computer, and if people are able to log in, they're participating on a global level, But when you have these things like KYC and these things trying to, is that going to make it more difficult for people who are trying to participate with the World Temple and Bitcoin to be able to buy Bitcoin? I mean, is it going to make things more difficult by creating these walls, so to speak? Or I'm not against them. I'm just looking at the right, getting in the right footing to keep moving forward.
Now,
You know what
KYC. Go ahead.
what I was gonna say was, it leads back to us again. That comes back to industry. That comes back to skill set and trade or abilities, right? Where, because the resources and matters are abundantly available for us. The skill set knowledges are wide range in the abilities that people have, right? We are only under the false impression, and I say that passionately, of relying on his provision of things, because in some regard we're not providing things for ourselves. See what I'm saying? So, like, okay, there's the internet, you know what I mean? And we can create platforms, we can utilize this, or we can look at, creating our own stuff. We'd have to have somebody who's endowed in computer networking or things of that nature to where we create our own system. You know what I'm saying? And it's not out of reach or unfathomable or feasible. You know what I mean? It's just about getting the minds together to make these things happen. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta believe in ourselves, believe in each other.
That's why I say the first trust has been kind of ignored. So once we start tapping back into that, but like just on the KYC portion, it's not going nowhere. I mean, KYC ain't nothing new. You know what I mean? You want to look at it that way. Once to understand anything modern, you got to go back to ancient to ancient reflections of that same thing that's here today. First principle is, remember, nothing new under the sun. So if they doing it now, they obviously been doing it in the past. You see what I'm saying? And
Right.
where does that concept actually come from? What is the origin? Who created it? Who is the origin behind it? That's how you understand it. So knowing your client is not gonna get too crazy. I mean, look at us. We've been years staying between that gray line, and you know, though it's decentralized, that still leave KYC principles up to us because we don't want people to be in the community and they get harmed for uh for making wrong investments or anything like that. And that's all because we didn't do KYC. You see what I'm saying?
Got it. Yep. I got the sentiments. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so let me do this last mandatory, and then we can get to the prayer, and then me and you can jump into the chambers after this. No.
All right.
All right. The prophet want us to proclaim this at every temple meeting and service. Islam. The prophet say, I'm glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There's a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim that I was only a joke and unreal. But now since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present to overshadow the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world would not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works, which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet Noble Lawiy. So essentially everything that the noble doctor said and what we touched on earlier, and one temple, one prophet, like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't say empire this, empire that, none of that. It says the sovereign theocratic government of the Moorish divine and national movements of Noble Lawiy. One temple, one prophet, as the prophets say. So it don't matter what part of the divine and national movement they are, long as they are a part of a branch temple, they have established a branch temple that acts as the government and royal court, then they are a part of that sovereign theocracy, that political status of a theocratic structure. Not democratic, not republican, but theocratic. And at this point, with us having branch temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America, we are a nucratic theocracy. So we are a government body based on the religious authority of nature, divine nature itself. So this is why I said earlier, it's got nothing to do with us if people understand it or not, but solely if they understand that nature is the final judge and has the political jurisdiction over everything and all things that is. So with that, I want to get into this prayer and last contributions. And anything y'all want to add on before we go into the prayer real quick? If not, I'll just close this out with the prayer. Y'all know how I go. 2 fingers up, 5 fingers up, facing the east, feet at a 45-degree angle. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day, through his holy prophet, Noble Lawiy. Amen. I want to give honor to everybody that came through tonight. Y'all could be anywhere in the world, but y'all are here with me, here us. Y'all come back and listen to the replays. True peace, Wadu, Hua, divine love. Y'all come back next week and this Sunday. We'll be here for Newcomers Gathering.
True peace, beloved. Right. Sister Sade said it. They be treating that paperwork like get out of jail free card. Word up.
All right, y'all. Wadu, Hua.
Word. Wadu,
One.
wadu.